Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can ever say. Now I don't care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? Turn it down. It's all too loud. Too loud. Oh. June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God. 6-year exhale left a residual self. Scraps of compassion, missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space, floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that oh, keep going. Anyway.
Do I miss you or a memory? Someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning? Or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. And where you at now? Did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion? Alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking. And your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving. Few years flew past you, and you worried. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car. And I'm still searching for that feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it.
Okay, don't move on myself. Back. Don't move.
Meter low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. But the piano roll had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame 2 ways. By the wayside, you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake. Space. a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. all made out of the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. And even though it made you hurt, you always tried to make it work, cause you believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said I know that you didn't know back then, getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, a lot of change in the past few years, a couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was never in question.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, hello. I've been eating white bread. Delicious. Good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. What's up, Astral Storm? Hello, Celticness. if that even is your real name. Freedom Evie, Punky Gal, Mobius, Fox of Fate, Dr. Skipper. What's up, everybody? Mad Cat, Midnight Dime, Classic Banana Milk, Tech Tink, Sidewalk Connoisseur. We got Seven Donkeys. We got Dude Man, Dr. Skipper, Undead Logic. What's up, everybody? What up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Who else is in here? Ink Frog, hello. Iacha, hello. Ashtray, hello. Texture Splunky, hello. Who else? McSecular, hello. Easy Breezy, hello. Xenomonic, hello. Gonna chug this NyQuil, hopefully it does something. Damn. Taking that NyQuil to the face. What's up, Naughty Fox? How's everybody doing? What's going on? What's up, Chris Zink? Or Chris Zink? Hello. What's up, High Def? Hello. What's going on? What's the vibe? I love these clips of music. Me too. Chilling moding. That's what's up, Undead Logic. That's what's up. That's what's up. We love Piano Dog and Blues Cat. True. And Spicy Dog. And Banjo Spicy Dog. Brum. 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 I'm existing 7 a.m. Cats wanted food. Do you have cats and dogs? Celtic? I finally got COVID after 4 years. No. It's been fun, or not that actually. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm sorry to hear that. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. You know. That sucks. I'm sorry. I hope you get well soon. Oh, my heart melts the kitty meows. Yeah. I've got 2 dogs and 2 cats. Damn, full house. What's going on is my ADHD made me lose my wallet. No, luckily I know where it is. I just have to go pick it up tomorrow. Okay. Did they have it for you, or you just gotta go like look for it? Hopefully you find it. I already read that. I already read that. Doing mod stuff. Oh, modding. Got it. Mod stuff. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. They had it for me in the safe at Walgreens. Nice. That's awesome. They made an axe that cuts wood with the power of gooning. My God. Oh, I've seen this guy. Fucking sexy fucking cuts wood, man.
WT fuck.
Just respectfully.
Is this thing. It's labeled as a manual log splitter, but we gotta find out how good it is, why would you use it, and then of course, review it. Here we go. Now the whole purpose of this thing and the whole point is that you can lift and smash into the piece of wood without any of the danger of swinging an axe. Now I am a little bit skeptical, but I mean, we're starting on a small piece, so we should be okay. Here we go.
Here we go. Oh, the fucking suspenders are coming off.
Moving on me a little bit. I don't like that.
Respectfully.
That's a lot of effort for a small.
Me next.
Keep this going.
Me next. Oh my.
Very suggestive motion, isn't it?
Isn't it?
I'm gonna try this on a piece of oak now.
He broke the fucking 4th wall or whatever.
Got a knot in it, so there's a little bit of challenge there. Now that I'm thinking of it, it's kind of cool. I mean, if someone had a back injury or you're a little bit older, it's definitely a little less explosive of a movement, a little less dangerous, and you can just take your time.
Less explosive, says you. Says you.
Let's finish this fucking video.
Oh, it's raining now.
Here we go.
Oh, dang. I guess I only have this white t-shirt. Oh, well, gotta finish the video, guys.
Come on.
Fucking whore, dude. Oh no, now I'm all wet. Oh man.
It's cracking.
It's... God damn.
That counts. Let's review the fucking thing. Under the porch.
No, not under the...
That's not enough. That's way too short. One, the stroke, way too short on this thing. I know you guys are giggling, but it's
No,
true.
no,
There's really no other way to put
no.
that.
Nah.
The handle,
Adults.
horrible.
Adults
I'm not
here.
marking it down because it was raining.
This is
but
serious.
Still, the
This-
handle
there's no-
sucks. They need to design something that makes more sense. This one, on the other hand, I don't know, 6.8 out of 10. Don't buy this one.
Not 6.9?
Keep an eye
Fuck,
out.
missed
This
opportunity,
style of
brother.
tool makes a ton of sense.
Uh-huh.
On to the next one.
Right.
WT fuck is this thing.
Well, WT fuck.
Labeled as a manual log splitter.
Yeah. Hmm. This could do. It's not the pet log. I need log costume. What do we think? What do we think? Hardwood costume. No, I'm not gonna type that. The World Trade Center Vaporwave cursed mashup is still always spooky. Comfy spooky though, right? Yeah. I asked Doodle to play my double-fisted video. What? She is so hot. Oh, is this the femme one? Is that a sword? This is so lesbian coded. She got a fucking flannel and a sword, bro.
I am so excited for this.
I love this.
Let's get this open. Oh, we're so excited. Oh, golly. I have a sword.
Yeah, you do.
This is a wood-splitting sword. Well, let's give it a test.
What? Oh my god.
Nice. All of my childhood dreams have just come true.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That is a log splitting sword. I got a log splitting sword for it. Just kidding. Okay, we're not. No. Moving on. Moving on. Moving on. So how's everybody doing? What's going on? If you all had to describe the way you're feeling right now, what would it be? Or with one word. Excuse me. Just one word. What would it be? Mine would be better. Better. Which is okay. Uneasy. We got two uneasy and unsure. Feel it. Awake. Asymmetric. Okay. Nervous. EP. Full of yummy fried rice. That's 5 words, but I'll accept it. Worried. Ouchies. Uh-oh. Food. Love that for you. Woo is your word. Love that for you. A diet. Okay. It's only $300. What a bargain. What is? Viking wood splitter. Oh. What a steal. Unleash the Viking inside of you, chat. Damn. Inside of you, there are two Vikings. They are having sex with each other. Let me pull up some things for us. Could have swore I had this all pulled up already. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Chat. Did you know that today is National Kiss? Oh no, that's tomorrow. Why does it do this? Why is it? It's like they did this to us yesterday. Today. What is today? The 11th. Birth anniversary of national artist Atang de la Rama. I don't know who that is. Cool. Heritage Treasures Day, Healthy Weight, Healthy Look Day. Okay, this is my favorite. Cigarettes are hazardous to your health day. True. Listen, every day is cigarettes are hazardous to your health day. All right. International Parody at Work Day? Huh? International Thank You Day. Thank you, chat. I don't know for what, but thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this community. National Girl Hug Boy Day. Let's go. Let's go. National Arkansas Day. No, thank you. It's Learn Your Name in Morse Code Day. What is the fuck? Who is deciding these? Can I make one? Can we come up with a day? Can we do National Tofu is the coolest fucking streamer day? Like what is this? National Hot Toddy Day? Like what? National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. There's something serious. National What? Who the fuck is this guy? National This Guy Day. I guess. Hi, I'm Joel. What the fuck? That's so weird. That is so weird. If you're a Joel, we'll be celebrating you today. Any Joels in chat? Oh, it's also Dad. Dad. Did I just call you Dad, chat? It's also National Tara Day. So that's good. You may just be Tara or Tara to some, but you're a goddess worth celebrating to us. So true. So true. National Milk Day. Gross. Wait. It's no longer New Year's Day? Wait, it's no longer New Year's Day. We don't want to spoil the fun, but the party's over. It's time to work again. All right, wrap it up. Wrap it up. It's been 2024 for 11 days now. Get over it, you fucking losers. Little Christmas, that's when you take down your tree? Oh wait, like seriously? Like actually? Damn. Paget's Awareness Day. The common areas affected by Paget's are the spine, skull, pelvis, and femur. Okay. Secret Pal Day. We celebrate the people who listen to our secrets and keep their mouths shut. Don't you want to celebrate Secret Pal Day with me, chat? Be a shame if you, you know, didn't celebrate Secret Pal Day with me today. It's like, what the fuck is this? Chat, it is National Step in a Puddle and Splash Your Friends Day. Oh my god. Where's the fucking video? Where's the fucking video, chat? Where's the fucking video? Did they take it down? I cannot find the fucking viral video anywhere. Well, this is anticlimactic. Well, imagine a cop getting splashed with water. Tofu, you aren't my secret pal. You are my pal every day. And loud and proud to know you, love. Oh. I can't believe they said they'd hug a boy. Have you ever heard boys speak?
We're guys. We never floss.
We're guys. We're scared. What is this? Are we gonna be okay?
Dude, it's supposed to be like something like fun.
Okay, fun. Yeah, got it.
We're guys. We're gonna leave the toilet seat up.
We're guys. 3 years ago, I swallowed a Rubik's Cube. Yesterday, it came out solved. That seemed fun to me. I think that's fun.
There's something that happens to everyone.
Okay, yeah.
We're guys. We're gonna like your Instagram story.
We're guys. We're matter. Matter that can think? What is that? We're particles. Particles of matter. Matter is energy. What does that mean?
Dude, no.
We're guys.
We're
We have
guys.
to understand. We only have to be kind and to love each part of this great world.
Life.
We're guys. We're friends. We eat escargot.
How do you report? How do I report them?
We're guys.
How do I report this video? I'm gonna report this video. For terrorism? Fucking ruined, dude. You ruined a really good video. It was so good, and then you had to fuck it all up. Reported for being French. It's against the TOS. Anyway, what else happened today in history, you might be wondering? Today in history, January 11th. Historical events. Dun, dun, dun. In 1599, Jacob Van Neck's fleet leaves I was about to say Batman. Wait. My guy's name is Van Neck and he just left Batman. That's crazy. Anyway, Jacob Van Neck's fleet leaves Bantam, Java, in modern-day Indonesia, with 1 million pounds of pepper and cloves, and a further half a ship full of nutmeg, mace, and cinnamon. Okay, that's weird. Did he steal it? Like, what happened? 1838, first public demonstration of telegraph messages. That's why today is National Learn Your Name in Morse Code Day. Look at that. Full circle. Look at that. Wow. 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 Telegraph messages sent using dots and dashes at Speedwell Ironworks in Morristown, New Jersey by Samuel Morse and Alfred Vail. I know how to say SOS in Morse code. That's it. It's the 3 dots, 3 lines, 3 dots. 1879, the Anglo-Zulu War begins as British Lieutenant General Lord Chelmsford invades Zululand in South Africa. Not very pog. 1922, insulin first used on humans to treat diabetes. Frederick Banting injects fellow Canadian Leonard Thompson, aged 14. Shit. Damn. W. First government report by U.S. Surgeon General Luther Terry warning that smoking may be hazardous. Maybe. Today in film and TV, 1927, Louis B. Meyer, head of film studio MGM, announces creation of Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Cool. Today in music, 1963, Beatles release single Please Please Me, backed with Ask Me Why, peaks at number 2 in UK and number 3 in the US. Today in sport, 1960, Lamar Clark sets pro boxing record of 44 consecutive knockouts. Nice. That's cool. On this day, also on this day, January 11th. Yo, Mad Cat, thank you for the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you got a gifty from Mad Cat, please thank them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's go. Starting the day off right. I really appreciate it. Thank you. 2012, Jordan Van Der Sloot pleads guilty to Peru murder. Damn. Meep Geese, who hid Meep Geese, who hid Anne Frank, dies at 100 in 2010. In 1928, Stalin banishes Trotsky. Let's look at that. Hello? Are you gonna give me the hello? Nothing?
Here's a look at this day in history.
Did it just shuffle again? Oh, this is for January 10th. The fuck?
Here's a look at this day in history.
Bitch. Oh, I had it right. That's weird. Stalin banishes Trotsky. Amelia Earhart flies from Hawaii to California in 1935. 1879 Anglo-Zulu War. 1908 Theodore Roosevelt makes Grand Canyon a national monument. Sweet. 1973 American League adopts designated hitter rule. I don't know what the fuck that means. 1978 Song of Solomon wins National Book Critics Circle Award. In 1978. 1927, Charlie Chaplin's assets frozen in contentious divorce suit. Fucking god damn it. God damn it. Divorce court solidarity. Fucking bitch wife trying to take all my assets. My brain refuses to learn what the designated hitter rule is. I have a problem. I'm having a problem caring. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's cool. Good for them. President Reagan gives his farewell address in 1989. Right, bozo. Battle of Arkansas Post, 1863. Oh, Civil War. 1775, Jewish patriot joins Provincial Congress of South Carolina. Nice. Well, that's fun. It's pronounced Arkansas tofu. I know, that's what I said. Does the Britannica have anything fun for us? Featured event, Amelia Earhart's, Hawaii to California flight. Earnhardt is Dale. 2014, Israeli general and politician Ariel Sharon, who was one of the chief participants in the Arab-Israeli wars and who served as prime minister of Israel from 2001 to 2006, died at age 85, rip bozo, after 8 years after being incapacitated by a stroke. Damn. 2008, New Zealand mountain climber and explorer Sir Edmund Hillary, who, with the Tibetan mountaineer Tenzing Norgay, was the first to summit Mount Everest, died at age 88. Dun, 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 dun. Alabama seceded from the Union, the fourth state to do so in the run-up to the American Civil War in 1861. Wow. Alexander Hamilton, born in the British West Indies. Wow. Wow. Well, that's fun. Boom, 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 boom. All right. We have lots to look at today, chat. Dun, dun. Lots to do, lots to look at. But let's start off with this real quick before we get into the headlines. From the BBC, huge ancient city found in the Amazon. That's kind of cool. Stephen Rothstein scientists has found evidence of 6,000 mounds thought to be the basis for ancient homes. Oh, that's a fucking never mind. The discovery changes what we know about the history of people living in the Amazon. The houses and plazas in the Yupano area in eastern Ecuador were connected by an astounding network of roads and canals. I guess I should do this so you guys can see. The area lies in the shadow of a volcano that created rich local soils, but also may have led to the destruction of the society. While we knew about cities in the highlands of South America, like Machu Picchu in Peru, it was believed that people only lived nomadically or in tiny settlements in the Amazon. This is older than any other site we know in the Amazon. We have a Eurocentric view of civilization, but this shows we have to change our idea about what is culture and civilization, says Professor Stephen Rothstein, Director of Investigation at the National Center for Scientific Research in France, who led the research. It changes the way we see Amazonian cultures. Most people picture small groups, probably naked, living in huts and clearing land. This shows ancient people lived in complicated urban societies, says co-author Antoine Dorison. The city was built around 2,500 years ago, and people lived there for up to 1,000 years, according to archaeologists. It is difficult to accurately estimate, how many people lived there at any one time, but scientists say it is certainly in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. The archaeologists combined ground excavations with a survey of a 300 square kilometer, 116 square America units area using laser sensors flown on a plane that could identify remains of the city beneath the dense plants and trees. So this is the sprawl of settlements found by radar sensors. So you can see like the roads and like city blocks and things like that, and like concentrations. Very interesting. Very interesting. The LiDAR technology found 6,000 rectangular platforms measuring about 20 meters, 66 feet, by 10 meters, 33 feet, and 2 to 3 meters high. They were arranged in groups of 3 to 6 units around a plaza with a central platform. The scientists believe many were homes, but some were for ceremonial purposes. One complex at Quilamope included a 140 meter by 40 meter platform. They were built by cutting into hills and creating a platform of earth on top. A network of straight roads and paths connected many of the platforms, including one that extended 25 kilometers. Dr. Dorson said these roads were the most striking part of that research. Yo, Hickel, thank you for 7 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. We built this 5,000 years ago. We really have no idea how long we lived without capitalism. Yeah. That shit is crazy. Also, I love this website. I love this the old website aesthetic is so good. Thank you, Hickel. Dr. Dorson said these roads were the most striking part of the research. Archaeologists discovered... Oh, this is different stuff. The road network is very sophisticated. It extends over a vast distance. Everything is connected, and there are right angles, which is very impressive, he says, explaining that it is much harder to build a straight road than one that fits with the landscape. He believes some had a very powerful meaning, perhaps linked to a ceremony or belief. The scientists also identified causeways with ditches on either side, which they believe were canals that helped manage the abundant water in the region. There were signs of threats to the city. Some ditches blocked entrances to the settlements and may be evidence of threats from nearby people. Researchers first found evidence of a city in the 1970s, but this is the first time a comprehensive survey has been completed after 25 years of research. It reveals a large, complex society that appears to be even bigger than the well-known Mayan societies in Mexico and Central America. Damn. Imagine that you discovered another civilization like the Maya, but with completely different architecture, land use, ceramics, says Jose Iriarte, a professor of archaeology at University of Exeter, who was not involved in this research. Some of the findings are unique for South America, he explains, pointing to the octagonal and rectangular platforms arranged together. The societies were clearly well organized and interconnected, he says, highlighting the long, sunken roads between settlements. Not a huge amount is known about the people who lived there and what their societies were like. Pits and hearths were found in the platforms, as well as jars, stones to grind plants, and burnt seeds. The Quilamope and Yupano people living there probably mostly focused on agriculture. People ate maize. What is maize? A Central American cereal plant that yields large grains set in rows on a cob. Corn. Oh. It's corn. Got it. And sweet potato, and probably drank chicha, a type of sweet beer. Chicha. Fermented or non-fermented beverage of Latin America emerging from the Andes and Amazonia regions in both pre- and post-Spanish conquest periods. Corn beer, made from a variety of maize land races, has been the most common form of chicha. Ooh. Chicha. Professor Rastain says he was warned against this research at the start of his career because scientists believe no ancient groups had lived in the Amazon. Why would you be warned? Like warned that they won't find anything and that it'll be a waste of time, or like warned like you better fucking not. Either way, fuck off. But I'm very stubborn, so I did it anyway, based. Now I must admit I am quite happy to have made such a big discovery, he says. Yeah. The next step for the researchers is understanding what lies in an adjoining 300 square kilometer area not yet surveyed. Very fucking cool. Waste of time equals racism. Yes. Yep. Real. So I saw that and I thought that was really fucking cool and interesting. So there's that. Very cool and very interesting. Oh wow, very cool. You know what I realized? I didn't put the the playlist in Discord. Exclamation point watching for a link to the playlist that contains all of the videos we're going to be watching tonight. Also in the Discord, in the post that I am referencing right now. I posted all of the articles that we are going to be reading, including the one I just read, but I also posted it in chat just now, so whatever. In case you're interested. Boom bang. We're gonna start off the day like we usually do with the top US and world headlines, and we'll do that with top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, top stories from Associated Press, PBS News Wrap, and top US and world headlines from Democracy Now, aka Democracy in a Few Minutes. We got this fucking weird ass story that we'll look at real quick. eBay to pay $3 million in federal fines over employees who sent live spiders and roaches as harassment. What? Huh? Okay, we'll start off with that. We have this: education crisis in Los Angeles. Students experiencing homelessness has increased by 19%. Not very cool. We also have this article that I'd like to read with y'all. Mansion taxes talking about the mansion tax and also Measure ULA in Los Angeles from Bloomberg. We'll be looking at that. And then we'll be looking at Hunter Brandon pleading not guilty. We have Trump on his last day of his New York fraud trial being a fucking little sassy pants. So we'll take a look at that. We have Ecuador, the president from Ecuador declaring war on criminal gangs. So we'll look at the updates in Ecuador. We also have updates from Argentina. Argentina and the IMF reach a deal to rescue debt program. And then from there, we'll look at this. Argentina economic woes annual inflation rate reaches 211%. Sick. US and UK strike Houthi targets in Yemen for attacks on ships in the Red Sea. So more escalating tensions, more escalating violence, not very pog. Then we'll move into Israel-Palestine stuff. I want to look at this from The Intercept, from Ken Klippenstein and Matthew Petty. The Brandon admin deployed Air Force team to Israel to assist with targets, document suggests. I think that'll be a good way to hop into our ICJ coverage. We watched a bit of it live last night, but obviously we'll be able to get highlights and also like some analysis from Al Jazeera, and PBS has two experts, two perspectives. I'm assuming they're like opposing perspectives. We have Jeremy Corbyn giving his 2 cents. We have somebody else from Al Jazeera giving their 2 cents. We also have fucking Fetterman giving his 2 cents. So we'll hear a whole bunch of breakdowns on that, different people's thoughts on it, but also we'll look at the specific case with PBS, Democracy Now, and yeah. Yep. And then we'll get into fun stuff. And then we have fun stuff after that, okay? We didn't do fun stuff yesterday because, well, we kind of did. Because we did C-SPAN. So we have stuff that we didn't watch yesterday that we can watch tonight or this morning after politics stuff is done. Yeah, C-SPAN is fun. That was very fun. It was very fun. Very, very fun. But yeah, we're going to get into the headlines first, chat. But before we do, we have to run an ad break because we have now been streaming for 1 hour, meaning the ads are going to start automatically running on us here in a couple minutes, whether we like it or not. So what we do to get around that is we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are currently starting the day off at 6 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you so much for all the support so far. I really, really, really appreciate it. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. If you are unsubscribed, say hi in the chat and maybe somebody will see you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. We're back. Let's get back into it. Doom. All right. We're going to start off with the headlines. As we do. What's up, Kate? Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. Top stories from Associated Press, PBS News Wrap, and Democracy Now!, aka Democracy, in just a little bit here. Let's go. Number 1, Israel faces genocide accusations for its war in Gaza at the World Court. More on this later. Has the first Gaza residents returned to the destroyed north where Israeli forces have begun withdrawing? Number 2, the U.S. securities regulator approves the first listed exchange-traded funds, ETFs, to track Bitcoin. In a watershed moment for the world's largest cryptocurrency and the broader crypto industry. 3, Donald Trump's civil fraud trial will hear closing arguments in New York. We'll talk about this all later as well. As the state's attorney general seeks nearly $370 million in penalties from the former U.S. president for overstating his net worth, to the banks. Number 4, hundreds are killed in the Democratic Republic of Congo from flooding, authorities say. Hundreds. As the Congo River reaches its highest level in 60 years. I don't know why I'm having trouble speaking English today. Number 5, Ecuador's president has declared war on drug gangs holding prison guards hostage. In a wave of violence around the nation. Jesus. Jeez. All right, top stories from Reuters, Associated Press. Barred from giving a formal closing argument, Donald Trump seized an opportunity to speak in court at the conclusion of his New York civil fraud trial. He called the proceedings, quote, "a fraud on me," before the judge cut him off. Damn. Israel is denying accusations that it had committed genocide against Palestinians, charges leveled at the United Nations top court. South Africa is seeking to compel Israel to stop the fighting in Gaza, but the case is likely to last years. Morning, Orchestran. Federal officials are investigating Boeing's oversight of production of a panel that blew off a jetliner in mid-flight last week. The investigation is focusing on door plugs like the one that came off an Alaska Airlines Boeing jetliner over Oregon. The investigation is... I already read that. Jesus. 6-time NFL champion Bill Belichick has agreed to part ways as the coach of the New England Patriots. Who? Belichick became just the 3rd coach in NFL history to reach 300 career regular season wins. Cool. That's cool. Good for him. All right, PBS News Wrap. Let's go.
Other headlines, Iran confirmed it seized a loaded oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. That ship had been involved in an earlier dispute over smuggling Iranian oil. Today, armed Iranian sailors boarded the vessel near the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran called it compensation for an act of theft. The U.S. condemned the move.
This unlawful seizure of a commercial vessel is just the latest behavior by Iran, or enabled by Iran, aimed at disrupting international commerce. We in the United States will continue to work to deter and confront the full range of Iran's concerning and destabilizing behaviors.
This was the latest in a series of
concerning and destabilizing behaviors
by Iran in recent years. The president's son, Hunter Biden, pleaded not guilty today to federal tax charges in Los Angeles. Prosecutors say he failed to pay $1.4 million in taxes and instead used the money to fund a lavish lifestyle. Hunter Biden is 53.
Dude, okay. That just reminded me, earlier I was watching clips from the Young Thug trial, right? And bro, they had a part where they had like the defense, I think it was the defense, I don't know, somebody played the video for Lifestyle. And it was so funny just watching everybody in suits and like just straight faced just sit there and listen to Lifestyle. It's like it was bumping too, like in the court. It was loud and there was bass and there was everything. They played the music video and it's just like everybody just it's so fucking funny, dude. I'll pull it up.
17 years in prison. An Ohio woman will not face criminal charges over
this is a W. It's fucking insane and terrifying that there was even a chance that this could have happened, but good that they didn't.
Miscarriage. A grand jury refused to indict 34-year-old Brittany Watts today, who had been charged with abuse of a corpse after she miscarried into a toilet. If convicted, Watts had faced up to a year in prison and a $2,500 fine. Senate Democrats moved today to avoid a partial government shutdown, but their prospects were unclear. Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced he's starting the process of passing a stopgap funding bill before a January 19th deadline. And he condemned House Republicans who are demanding deeper spending cuts.
The vast majority of us are all on the same page that a government shutdown would be a recipe for chaos. The hard right is not serious about governing. The only tactic in their playbook is to try and bully the rest of Congress and the country to bend to their extremist views.
House Speaker Mike Johnson met with hardline Republicans today, but he said he's made no commitment to renegotiate the spending deal. In Central Africa, the Congo River has reached its highest levels in 60 years. Local authorities say
that would have been
widespread flooding
disgusting.
in the
What's up,
Democratic
Brother
Republic of Congo and the neighboring Republic of Congo has caused more than 300 deaths. People in the city of Kinshasa have been using makeshift rafts to navigate submerged streets. Experts blame the generational floods on poor urban planning and climate change. Roman Catholic bishops across Africa rebuked Pope Francis today for allowing priests to bless same-sex couples. The bishops said in a statement, quote, "Unions of persons of the same sex are contrary to the will of God and therefore cannot receive the blessing of the Church." Africa has the world's fastest growing Catholic population. Back in this country, the United Negro College Fund has received $100 million to aid historically black colleges and universities. Today's gift from the Lilly Endowment is the largest unrestricted donation to the fund since its founding 80 years ago. It'll go towards supporting 37 institutions. And there was a major shakeup in pro football today. Bill Belichick stepped down as coach of the New England Patriots. He won 6 Super Bowl titles over 24 seasons.
So sports enjoyers, this is like a big deal, huh?
Years since star quarterback Tom Brady moved on. Today, though, at a joint announcement, Belichick and Patriots owner Robert Kraft said the decision to split was mutual.
What's up, Mender?
We had a vision of building a winner, building a championship football team here, and that's exceeded my wildest dreams.
He's like the biggest coach ever. End of an era.
I'll always be a Patriot. I look forward to coming back here, but at this time, we're gonna move on.
Belichick has the second most wins ever as an NFL coach. He's widely expected to end up with another team. And on Wall Street, stocks barely budged. NASDAQ. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis spar in the last debate before Iowa votes. And we take a clook.
Don't care. Okay. Oh, actually, real quick, bro. Lifestyle. 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 Such a banger, bro. Hold up.
Just live this here lifestyle. Clouds and niggas still.
This is just like, this is so amazing. Everybody's just like not having fun. Nobody is having fun. Yeah, the dude with the headphones in the back was like a little bit. I couldn't help myself. If I was like in the jury, I'd be like, I'd be like, hey, hey, hey. What song was that? They played the whole fucking song. They played the entire song. And they're just like, it's so fucking funny, dude. Anyway, free Young Thug. Let's move on. Democracy Now!
Welcome to Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
The International Court of Justice in The Hague has begun hearing 2 days of arguments in South Africa's historic genocide case against Israel. South Africa's accused Israel of violating the 1948 UN Genocide Convention, saying its 3-month assault on Gaza is being conducted with the intent to bring about the destruction of Palestinians as a group. South Africa is outlining its case today. Israel will defend itself on Friday. During today's hearing, attorneys for the South African government laid out what they described as Israel's genocidal intent.
Israel has a genocidal intent against the Palestinians in Gaza. That is evident from the way in which Israel's military attack is being conducted. Israel's special genocidal intent is rooted in the belief that, in fact, the enemy is not just the military wing of Hamas, or indeed Hamas generally, but is embedded in the fabric of Palestinian life in Gaza.
We'll have more on the genocide hearing after headlines. An Israeli airstrike hit an ambulance in central Gaza Wednesday, killing 2 patients and 4 members of the Palestine Red Crescent Society. The aid group said, quote, "Our colleagues were intentionally targeted while inside an ambulance clearly marked with the Red Crescent emblem."
I'll hold on to these for when we get to the coverage. But let me, oh shit, no, I don't want to do that. Fuck you. Don't open up fucking stupid ass Discord. The fuck? The fuck?
Unquote. Another Israeli attack near the entrance to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital killed 8 people and wounded over 30. On Wednesday, the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, called on Israel to allow more aid into Gaza.
Delivering humanitarian aid in Gaza continues to face nearly insurmountable challenges. Intense bombardment, restrictions on movement, fuel shortages, and interrupted communications make it impossible for WHO and our partners to reach those in need. We have the supplies, the teams, and the plans in place. What we don't have is access.
5 armed men wearing military uniforms have reportedly seized an oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. This comes as tensions have been soaring for weeks in the Red Sea. On Wednesday, the UN Security Council passed a resolution calling for Yemen's Houthi forces to stop attacking ships in the Red Sea. The vote came a day after U.S. and British forces shot down 21 drones and missiles fired by the Houthis, who vowed to continue attacks until Israel halts its assault on Gaza. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis squared off at a CNN-hosted debate in Iowa ahead of the state's January 15th caucus. Republican frontrunner Donald Trump, who's yet to participate in a primary debate, had been invited to attend but opted to take part in a Fox News town hall instead. DeSantis criticized Haley for supporting sending more money and arms to Ukraine.
She supports this $106 billion that they're trying to get through Congress. Where's some of that money going? They've done tens of billions of dollars to pay salaries for Ukrainian government bureaucrats. They've paid pensions for Ukrainian retirees with your tax dollars. We've got homeless veterans. We have all these problems. This is the UN way of thinking, that we're somehow globalists and we have unlimited resources to do. You know?
Somehow globalists.
You can take the ambassador out of the United Nations, but you can't take the United Nations out of the ambassador.
Nikki Haley.
What? He thought he was cooking. He thought he was cooking. You can take the ambassador out of the United Nations, but you can't take the United Nations out of the ambassador. Like, bro, did you think that you were cooking? Did you think that that was like a bar? Bro, that was, you said nothing. Shut the fuck up.
Ready to run.
It wasn't a debate. It was hardly a debate because they have nothing to like, they have no policies to like advertise and to like discuss and to like debate over. They have like stupid shit like this. Stupid fucking virtue signaling, stupid fucking culture war shit. It's so weird. It's so weird.
The country.
The best way to tell about it,
because like he doesn't principally care about like foreign, you know, bureaucrats getting their pockets lined and there being like defense spending and like funding things like that internationally. He doesn't actually like care about that principally. It's just that like that's the hot like talking point for some reason, specifically about Ukraine on the right. Just because like Brandon is president, if anybody else was president, I don't know. Even if Trump was president, I still they probably wouldn't. They would probably support Ukraine just like any other fucking international conflict that they do support. It's so stupid. Like, you don't actually care about those things. You love those things. It's just that like for some reason the political landscape is laid out in such a way where like Republicans right now are arguing against funding for Ukraine. No, Putin is seen as anti-woke, Tofi. Right. True.
Is to see how they've run their campaign. He has blown through $150 million. I don't even know how you do that.
That's true.
Through his campaign, he has nothing to show for it. He spent more money on private planes than he has on commercials trying to get Iowans to vote for him. If you can't manage a campaign, how are you going to manage a country?
Hours before the debate, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie dropped out of the race. He was caught on a hot mic saying she's going to get smoked, in an apparent reference to Haley. Christie also predicted DeSantis would drop out after Iowa. In other Trump news, closing arguments are scheduled for today in New York in the civil fraud case brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James against Donald Trump. On Wednesday, the judge in the case struck down a request by Trump to deliver his own closing statement because the former president's legal team refused to abide by the judge's restrictions not to turn his remarks into a campaign speech. On Capitol Hill,
they refuse. That is the funniest thing. We're going to talk about that, but that's the funniest thing. Refuse to like not turn it into a campaign. Like, that's so funny. That's so fucking funny. What a silly thing. What's up, Riot Vision?
Back against House Speaker Mike Johnson after he reached a bipartisan $1.59 trillion spending deal with Democratic Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. On Wednesday, a dozen members of the House Freedom Caucus joined Democrats to block an unrelated bill to show their opposition to Johnson's deal. Meanwhile, a pair of House committees have voted to endorse a report recommending Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, be held in contempt of Congress. On Wednesday, Hunter Biden made a surprise appearance at a House Oversight Committee meeting and offered to testify publicly. But Republicans refuse. They've been insisting on questioning him in private.
It's so
in
weird.
Other House news, Republican
and they're mad, and Marge is mad that she didn't get to show him pictures of his own cock in public. Like,
lawmakers held their first impeachment hearing focused on Secretary of Homeland Security.
Mr. Hunter Biden, do you recognize this person? It's just that. Yes, that's my dick.
Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. In Ecuador, police have arrested at least 333 people in a nationwide crackdown after President Daniel Noboa declared a state of emergency due to a surge in violence by drug cartels. During an interview Wednesday, Noboa said,
"In private makes no sense unless they know it will just look embarrassing for them." Exactly. There's nothing. They've got nothing. They just promised to fucking take it to the Brandon administration and crime family. Going into 2020, they vowed to do that. What they perceived as what was being done to them from 2016, until that point. And they're just like they vowed to try to impeach and prosecute and put criminal charges and all these things. And they're just doing that. They have nothing, but they are, following up on what they said. That's why it needs to be private, though, because when it's private, then they can just spin it. They can spin it later, right? They can go to the fucking media and say fun stuff. But if it's private, or if it's public, then they see how fucking silly it is. All they have is big blown up pictures of penises. That's it. That's all they got.
In a state of war. Schools across Ecuador will remain shut down until at least Friday. Authorities in South Korea have confirmed the recent stabbing of opposition leader Lee Jae-myung.
Bro, why do they always play this?
Motivated attack. Lee Jae-myung, who survived the assassination attempt, ran for president in 2022 and narrowly lost to conservative Yoon
Bro, for some reason, that specific footage, everybody, Democracy Now! And everyone else that covered this story, which is everybody, loves to just play that video like it's nothing, like it's no problem, like there's no blood in it, but it's literally a video of a dude getting stabbed in the neck and then falling to the ground. Like, why are we just? It's insane. Democracy Now! Never censors anything. Well, they do censor stuff, but Democracy Now! Specifically is known for just throwing crazy shit on the screen. At least crazy shit in terms of Twitch TOS, but every other outlet though that I saw cover that story, more I guess mainstream outlets and whatever in Western media, everybody played the video like it was no big deal.
Police said the attacker wanted to prevent him from running for president again in 2027. This is Busan Police Commissioner Woo Chol-mun.
The suspect stated that he held a grudge that the victim, Lee Jae-myung, was not properly punished, and he wanted to prevent the victim from becoming president, stop him from giving nominations to certain groups, and taking a majority of seats in the upcoming general election. That is why he decided to kill the victim.
In health news, wastewater testing shows the U.S. is in its greatest COVID-19 surge since Omicron, making it the second largest surge of the pandemic. Around 1,500 people in the U.S. are still dying from COVID every week. Public health experts say two of the main reasons are waning immunity and not enough people accessing treatments.
My parents and brother have it. We had somebody that was saying in chat that they have it. Yeah, man. Y'all mask up, get boosted. Just do it. Just do it. Mask up, man.
Rates of infection are up globally as well. The World Health Organization reports.
Yeah, shouts out homozygote for real.
10,000 COVID deaths were recorded in December, while hospitalizations increased in dozens of countries. In Spain, authorities have reissued face mask mandates in health facilities.
It's a basic and minimum measure, which we learned from the pandemic. And that is, when we have an upward trend, the first thing we need to do is protect the most vulnerable people, people who have some sort of infection that needs to be contained. And the method that is most scientifically endorsed is the mask.
In Ohio, Republican House legislators voted Wednesday to overturn Republican Governor Mike DeWine's veto of legislation that would ban gender-affirming health care for transgender youth and bar trans athletes from playing on school sports teams. 3/5 of the Ohio Senate must also vote to override DeWine's veto for the bill to become law. The ACLU of Ohio slammed state Republicans, saying, quote, "This state-sponsored vendetta against some of Ohio's most vulnerable young people is beyond cruel," they said. In related news, two transgender women vying for seats in the Ohio House of Representatives have been challenged for not disclosing their birth names on
I saw this.
petitions. Both women said they were unaware.
I thought they were like, I thought the story, I mean, unless this is a different story or an update of the story, I thought that it was that a transgender candidate had the wrong name on the ballot because they changed their name, and it didn't update in whatever system, I don't know, whatever system supplied the name to the ballot. So they're getting charged with something like what?
The rule, but that they would have complied despite the harmful nature of the requirement. For seats in the Ohio House of Representatives have been challenged for not disclosing their birth names on nominating petitions. Both women said they were unaware of the rule, but that they would have complied despite the harmful nature of the requirement. One of the women, Ariane Childry, said of the rule, quote, "Having to use your dead name is horrible. It's an attack on who we are," unquote. Vanessa Joy, who's appealing the decision last week to disqualify her, also warned that transgender people should not be forced to share their dead names due to safety concerns.
Are there... Okay, two things. One, are those their legal names? If those are their legal names, then what the fuck are we even... What is the conversation here? You know what I mean? The fuck is the conversation here? Two, even if it isn't their legal names, if like that is very often like Beto O'Rourke.
Morning.
Yo, Folistan, thank you for 6 months. Beto, for example, is widely known as Beto, even though his name's fucking Robert. You know what I mean? He's a white guy named Robert, but everybody knows him as Beto. That was like the whole campaign, everything. It's like, it's not unheard of to like use a nickname, or like Bernie. Bernard is his fucking name, but his name is Bernie. It's all over everything. It's Bernie. Yeah, exactly, Teshwan. Or I don't know if I said your name right. Sorry, TE1 Chan. So this is fucking stupid. We all know what's happening here, right?
Here in New York.
Yeah, those are socially acceptable, though, Toby. What's the difference, right? What's the difference between these things? Well, you know, trans people are gross and weird.
Suits filed by prisoners at the Great Meadow Correctional Facility accuse guards of abuse and torture.
Which is what I was thinking. The initial papers to run our legal docs, so it has to be legal name, which I get. But if that's their legal name, like I said at first, like, then this should not even be a fucking issue. I could see how there could be a mix-up. I could see how these things could get mixed up. You know what I mean? I don't know. I could see that happening and just being a misunderstanding or like whatever. But I don't know. That's literally always the reason, Tofu. What's up, Sky? Because of an obscure law regarding name changes on candidacy petitions, Joy, among at least 4 transgender individuals running for state representative positions in Ohio, was disqualified because she only used her legal name on the petitions, omitting her dead name. But if it's her legal name, then that's her legal name. Like, I also think it's gross, but it does seem to be their state law, which is why it happened. You got to cross all T's and dots all I's in politics because your opponent will use anything against you. What does it have to do with their opponent, though? Trans candidate disqualified in Ohio for omitting previous name. There's 2 people, right? There's Vanessa Joy and there's another one, another person, right? Despite receiving enough signatures to appear on the ballot, a transgender woman has been disqualified from an Ohio State House race because she omitted her previous name, raising concern that other transgender candidates nationwide may face similar barriers. Vanessa Joy was one of 4 transgender candidates running for state office in Ohio, largely in response to proposed restrictions of the rights of LGBTQ plus people. She was running as a Democrat in House District 50, a heavily Republican district in Stark County, Ohio, against Republican candidate Matthew Kishman. Joy legally changed her name and birth certificate in 2022, which she says was provided to the Stark County Board of Elections. Okay, then there's no question here. If that's your legal name, like I would, I could be like, all right, maybe, you know, it's a systematic thing. Like your name hasn't legally been changed. So technically, legally, your current legal name, if that is your dead name, needs to be on the paperwork. But however, according to The Guardian, she legally changed her name. So then there shouldn't be a problem here. A little known 1990 state law says that a candidate must provide any name changes within the last 5 years to qualify for the ballot. Okay, I mean, listen, I understand the trauma behind this, and I think for this reason, for the sake of transgender people, that this law needs to not be a thing. This law needs to be updated. It's not 1990 anymore. You know what I mean? It's been more than 30 years since 1990, and it's time to change this law. But if it's just like disclosing name changes, yeah, that's traumatizing and that sucks for trans people. But I guess I get how that happened. For transgender people, it's not just a fucking name, goddammit. Yeah, I 100% agree. Obviously, I mean, as a trans myself, you know? Things that are small things for cis people can be dangerous. Exactly. Yes. Especially in politics, you know what I mean? It's not just like your name on the roster at work, which even still, you know, can be dangerous. It's more than that. It's like you throwing your hat in the race and being to be a public figure who decides, you know what I mean, public policy. Politics is very fucking charged, you know? You're a train, only part-time, yeah. Yeah, these laws make it seem like they need to know dead names to make sure you didn't do a crime. With that name is the only way I can think of. Yeah, I mean, it probably wasn't done necessarily to be like as fair as I can be with trans people in mind in the 1990s. You know, in 1990, it probably wasn't like, yeah, fuck trans people, you know what I mean? We need to make sure we know who has a penis or like who does, you know, whatever the fuck, what your fucking genitals look like according to your name history. It's like, it's probably for crime background check things. It's probably like if you are like a murderer under the name fucking Bob and you change your name to James, then I guess I get it. Fine. Yeah, I don't know. But if you have a legal name change, right, you shouldn't have to, like, your legal name should be your current legal name, since it has been legally changed, should be in theory, what I would understand would be connected to your criminal record regardless, because you changed your name legally through the courts. It wasn't just, it's not like you changed your name and didn't do it legally. It's like you just like, socially go by a different name. You can be disqualified for the smallest errors or spelling mistakes on these petitions if your opponents catch it. It has to be super thorough that you aren't conflicted with whatever your state requires. Some fuckers get away with like go by my middle name. Yeah, no, for sure. I think that this law needs to be updated. The process absolutely needs to be updated. It's kind of, I think disqualification is crazy. Like, why can't you just correct it? You know what I mean? Why can't she just be given the chance to correct it? It seems like, So I don't know, man. It's not like, this doesn't say anything to me about the trans candidate or just the candidate. This says to me that like, okay, the fucking system is like, the fucking rules in place for this are like convoluted or like and need to be updated. I don't know. There are a lot to these name laws too, Tofu. A lot of countries don't use middle names, but the US requires middle names for some legal things, and it completely fucks people over. Not so fun fact, but Ohio was the first state to pass anti-cross-dressing laws in 1849, so kind of a track record, I guess. Yeah, Ohio is not the coolest place, I don't even have a middle name. Fucking un-American. All right, let's finish this.
44-year-old Charles Wright and 32-year-old Eugene Taylor say they were brutally beaten by guards who also took them to another facility where they were waterboarded.
Okay, what?
Due to safety concerns. Here in New York, lawsuits filed by prisoners at the Great Meadow Correctional Facility accuse guards of abuse and torture. Two men, 44-year-old Charles Wright and 32-year-old Eugene Taylor, say they were brutally beaten by guards who also took them to another facility where they were waterboarded.
Another facility?
Both men say they were falsely accused of disciplinary infractions after the event. A separate lawsuit filed by 44 prisoners says guards inflicted physical and psychological abuse on prisoners during an October lockdown, including violently attacking them. Great Meadow Prison is located in Comstock, about 200 miles north of New York City. In North
Jesus,
Carolina.
New York. The prison system is, the prison system's everywhere. Listen, period. But New York has a very special issue, and Eric Adams, is doing the most to prevent Rikers and shit from getting the proper federal investigations and federal takeover ultimately that it needs. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane. The federal government needs to fucking look into this shit. Holy crap.
Long was awarded an historic $25 million settlement for his wrongful conviction and 44-year-long imprisonment. Long is a black man. He was accused of raping a white woman by an all-white jury in 1976. He was exonerated and released in 2020 after a court ruled his due process rights were violated, citing extreme and continuous police misconduct, which included concealing lab evidence that showed Long was not linked to the crime scene.
This is why the death penalty cannot be a thing. Cannot be a thing. You know how often this fucking happens? Often. Often. It's like 4%. 4% of people killed by the state, executed by the state, end up being posthumously found innocent. And that's just people executed. Think about this. Just spending 44 years of your life. Capital punishment is one of the blackest stains on modern America. I agree. Yeah, even 1% is too many. Yeah, one time is too many. Also, rehabilitation over incarceration, absolutely.
Has put some funds from a previous settlement towards efforts to reform the criminal justice system. And the family of the late Eddie Bernice Johnson, the trailblazing black Congress member from Texas, has blamed a Dallas rehabilitation facility for her death and say they'll file a lawsuit for medical neglect. Her family says the spine infection that led to her death December 31st developed following back surgery after staff at the Baylor's Scott and White Institute left her lying in her own feces. Eddie Bernice Johnson was the first registered nurse elected to Congress, where she served for 3 decades. On Tuesday, loved ones and community members gathered for her funeral at Concord Church in Dallas. Among those who paid their respects were lawmakers who were inspired and guided by Johnson. This is Royce West, Texas State Senator.
What she made certain of is that issues concerning health care, accessible health care, that we worked on those issues, higher education, historically underutilized businesses, building coalitions based on interests, not based on the color of one's skin, gender, or political affiliation. And she often told us, just because you speak loud, don't mean you're going to be able to get anything done. Her life is a manifestation of that.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
The War and Peace Report.
I'm Amy Goodman.
And I'm Ned Reed. Welcome to our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Excuse me. All right. Okay.
Well, here's a story.
Okay, let's look at this fucking insane story. We have 17 minutes and 44 seconds until the ad break. Perfect. Let's look at this fucking... I don't know what the fuck this is. eBay to pay $3 million in federal fines over employees who sent live spiders and roaches as harassment. What are you...
Well, here's a story we found truly disturbing. eBay has agreed to pay $3 million to resolve criminal charges that it cyber-stalked a Massachusetts couple by sending packages to their home containing a bloody pig mask, live spiders, cockroaches, and this is really sick, a book about surviving the death of a spouse. So
What?
eBay harass and intimidate the couple? The Justice Department says eBay executives were angry over a story about the company published in the couple's online newsletter. 7 former eBay employees have already been sentenced to prison for their part.
Unbelievable.
What the fuck?
Hello, I'm Mark
like,
Brown.
what is did they just pick a random person? Like, I don't understand how that works. They just they knew this person personally, and then they were like, we'll just use eBay to fucking ruin their lives. Like, what? I don't understand. That's fucking insane. It was some person who they had beef with for some reason, commercial beef. What the fuck? Tofu, I have a fever. I can't tell if I'm hearing this right. Same? Oh my god, worst fucking nightmare with the spiders. Welcome in, Byronic Fairy Nightmare Dame. Bruh.
More great ABC7 content by clicking the...
I feel like I need more information. Hold on. eBay. Hackermans. U.S. criminally charges eBay in cyber stalking case. The case involves eBay employees trying to intimidate a Massachusetts couple who write and produce an e-commerce newsletter. The company will pay a criminal penalty of $3 million. The Justice Department charged eBay on Thursday with stalking, witness tampering, and obstruction of justice in a rare criminal case against a well-known Silicon Valley company. The charges which will be dropped under a deferred prosecution agreement if eBay maintains a good record, eBay's on probation for the next 3 years. What stem from actions taken by the company in 2019 to undermine and silence the writers of an e-commerce newsletter that was wildly critical. Oh, shit. Writers of an e-commerce newsletter that was mildly critical of some of its behavior. The intimidation efforts included various forms of cyberstalking and harassment that were continuing when the perpetrators were arrested. Holy shit. Okay, so they had an e-commerce newsletter that said bad things about eBay, and they were like, all right. Holy crap. I'm flabbergasted. Intimidation efforts included various forms of cyber stalking, harassment that were continuing when the perpetrators were arrested. In its agreement with the government, eBay will engage in independent corporate compliance monitor. So literally a corporate ankle monitor. Literally corporate ankle monitor. It also agreed to pay a criminal penalty of $3 million, the maximum fine for its 6 felony offenses. The government will not move ahead with the case unless the company violates the agreement. What the fuck? Although the money is inconsequential for a company that had more than $5 billion cash on hand in its most recent quarter, the notoriety is not. eBay engaged in absolutely horrific criminal conduct, said Joshua S. Levi, the acting U.S. attorney. The company's employees and contractors involved in this campaign put the victims through pure hell. Yeah. In a petrifying campaign aimed at silencing their reporting and protecting the eBay brand. Like, how popular is this e-commerce newsletter? Like, how many people are signed up for newsletters? Insanely, I read it every morning. Shut the fuck up. David and Ina Steiner, writers and publishers of a news site and blog called E-Commerce Bytes. Victim statement? Hell no, fuck out of here. Excuse me. That's insane. Sorry. I had fucking something in my throat all of a sudden. David and Ina Steiner, writers and publishers of a news site and blog called E-Commerce Bytes, live in Natick, Massachusetts. eBay is based in San Jose, California. During the course of the harassment campaign, eBay security team members flew to Boston to accelerate their activities again. What the fuck? eBay security team members flew to Boston to get intel? To accelerate their activities against the couple in person. When they were caught, they began a cover-up and destroyed incriminating evidence. Or incriminating messages, excuse me. The forms of harassment included threatening direct messages over Twitter, the social media platform that is now called X, attempts to install a GPS device on the Steiner's car, posting ads for fictitious sexual events at the Steiner's house, and sending anonymous and scary items like a bloody pig's mask to the couple's home. Also, spiders and cockroaches, dude. Oh my God, dude. The 24-page document detailing the charges that was released on Thursday broadens the number of eBay executives in the case. In earlier documents, only 2 executives were mentioned, the chief executive and the chief communications officer. Now there's a 3rd executive, identified as eBay senior vice president for global operations. It goes all the way to the top. Joke's on them. I already have cockroaches. Fuck. Sometimes you just need to make an example out of someone. No. Sometimes you just need to make an example out of... So, bro, you wanted everybody to know, yeah, you fuck with eBay, this is what happens, bro. We'll stalk you. Our security team will fucking fly out to your city and stalk you in person and install GPS devices on your fucking vehicles. We will send bugs to your residence. Like, this is what we want the world to know. Do not fuck with eBay. Like, are you holy shit. Sometimes you just need to make an example out of someone. Read a text that Chief Communications Officer sent to the Senior Vice President on May 31st, 2019. Justice! The text continued. Justice. The Chief Communications Officer then wrote, referring to Miss Steiner, "We are too nice. She needs to be crushed." Holy shit. A spokesman for Devin Wenig, who was eBay's chief executive at the time, had no comment. The other two former executives could not be reached. The Steiners said in a statement on their website, which is what I pulled up here, that they were targeted because we gave eBay sellers a voice and because we reported facts that top executives didn't like publicly laid bare. 7 individuals who worked for eBay's corporate security team were arrested for their actions against the Steiners in 2020. All pleaded guilty, and 6 of them were sentenced to either prison or home confinement. Jim Bo, who ran the security team, was sentenced to 57 months in prison in September 2022. One individual is still awaiting sentencing. Holy crap, man. The Steiners' effort to reach a settlement with eBay collapsed long ago. The couple filed a lawsuit against eBay that is scheduled to go to trial next year. The Steiners' goal was always to have the government hold all of those involved held criminally responsible, and this is a step in the right direction, their lawyer Rosemary Scapiccio said on Thursday. God damn, man, that is the most wild fucking story I have ever heard. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I used eBay. It's definitely been multiple years, but I will never be using it ever again. Absolutely not. That's fucking insane. That is absolutely terrifying. Just took like 10 minutes to climb stairs. All the power is gone on my left leg. Fucking ouch. Oh, man. Oh, that's fucking crazy, bro. That is actually insane. Here's their victim statement. Bonkers. All right, how are we doing on time? We got 6 minutes until the ads. Why can't I put this in? Oh, here we go. What the? Ooh, they got me? Oh, fuck you, Bloomberg. Bro, I just had you open, though. Oh, they fucking got me. Oh, no, we're good. Hackermans. Oh, this is 11 to 14 minutes. Ooh, okay, maybe we don't have time for that. But we do have time for this real quick. Let's look at this story. Education crisis in Los Angeles. Students experiencing homelessness increased by 19%. Not very pog.
We're not just talking about a few kids experiencing this.
Alberto Carvalho runs the second largest school district in the country. Not an easy job, but right now it's harder than ever.
So right now in Los Angeles Unified, we have an excess of 13,000 students who are experiencing homelessness. That number alone is scary. But what's even more troubling is the fact that that number increased by close to 19%.
An increase in evictions, higher cost of living, and a migrant crisis all leading to more students who don't have a permanent home.
Do you believe that those numbers are lower than the actual?
I mean, I don't think that the migrant crisis is causing students to be homeless. I think that's a weird, like, it's a problem being exacerbated. The homelessness issue in Los Angeles and across the country, and across, let's be real, across the fucking world, is being exacerbated by the influx of refugees. Absolutely. But to frame it like that is crazy.
And why is that?
I actually do believe that the numbers that we are currently tracking are but the tip of the iceberg.
Like 14-year-old Vanessa. When we met her in the fall, she was living in interim housing, sharing a converted hotel room with her mother and 10-year-old brother.
What would you say is the best part of your day?
Getting ready.
Getting ready.
Vanessa just started at the neighborhood high school across the street.
The toughest part of my day is probably leaving my mom, especially since she's still stuck here, but...
Why is that the toughest? Do you worry about your mom?
I worry a lot about my mom most of the time.
Her mom suffered a health scare when the school year began and was in the hospital. Vanessa had to stay home from school to take care of her brother. She worries they will end up in foster care.
It worries me because they are children who are special needs. They have a lot of health issues, and there's nothing like a mother to be the one taking care of them and to be worried for their health and their well-being.
Vanessa says taking care of her family led her to fail her first semester in 8th grade.
Is it hard sometimes to...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, yes, you can't have good education outcomes which help with social mobility when starting off with such a fucked up hand. No fault of their own, you know?
Focus on school when so much is going on outside of school.
Yes, there were some moments where I didn't pay attention too much in school.
The stress and the trauma felt by students is manifested in the classroom. Therefore, it is impacting teachers on a daily basis.
What effect does that have on a school's ability to teach the entire school?
Well, when you have a disproportionate number of students experiencing homelessness, you have to devote resources, special attention, counseling support, mental health support.
To help families like Vanessa's, the district has beefed up their parent support systems and before and after school programs. Carvalho and other school officials even visiting students with low attendance rates, an initiative called I Attend.
How important is education to break a cycle of homelessness?
It's probably the only ticket. And I take myself as the example of that. Education saved me and made me.
After moving...
Which, correct, in the current organization of our economy and society, you definitely need some kind of education in order to fucking have any sort of chance of social mobility. Absolutely. But even then, with an education, it doesn't guarantee social mobility. And also, your ability to house yourself in a time of actual abundance should not, should depend on your access to no fault of your own to education. If you, to no fault of your own, are unable to get an education because of whatever reason, that shouldn't be what is deciding whether or not you even have a place of shelter, a roof over your head. It's fucking insane. Fucking insane, especially when we talk about considering what we're going to talk about next. About the LA mansion tax, and Measure ULA.
Here from Portugal as a teenager, Carvalho was homeless himself in Miami, where he would later serve his first stint as a superintendent.
I remember sleeping under the bridges of Miami, blocks away from the office that ultimately I occupied as superintendent. I remember the harshness of my mattress then, which was the concrete of the ground, and the stars as the blanket.
This is personal for you.
It's very personal. And what I believe is inexplicable is that 40 years later, many kids in this community and in communities across America are experiencing the same or worse conditions than those that I went through.
Vanessa struggles with the uncertainty.
You look at yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Where do you want to be?
Well, hopefully out of here very fast, and I have to help my mom out. I wouldn't have her working no more, and I'd step up and do the best I could.
But what about for you? Do you think about what you want, where you want to be?
I think I just kind of pushed it off to the side a little.
What's up? Thanks for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Your oh my gosh, your set is so adorable. Becoming. It's so cool. Becoming unbecoming. Shouts out. Oh, thank you, Celtic. I'm stupid. Thank you. Double shout out. Hope you had a great stream. Welcome in here. Cause you know some of y'all might not. Oops. Dun, 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 dun. For a second. Welcome in. I'm Tofu Ghost if you've never been here before. Talking about news and politics. Right now we're going over some LA news. We just got done talking about also the craziest fucking eBay story fucking ever. But right now we're talking about Los Angeles homelessness among students rising by 19%, you know? And then we're going to talk about more like LA based housing news and things like that. But I hope you had a good stream. Holy fuck, I just discovered 38-year aged soy sauce. And now I want to know 38 years. Damn. Thank you. I've been learning so much. That's awesome. That's awesome. Accidental caps. That's awesome. Yeah. Becoming Unbecoming has got a very comfy stream. She's currently learning about game development on stream, which is fucking sick. Go follow. Go follow. But yeah, let's get back into it. Thanks for the raid.
A little bit, and just thought about the present and how I have to be here for my mom and my brother.
The family has now moved to more permanent housing, but it is just a first step.
If you do not create the appropriate environments, if you do not invest sufficiently, we're asking for problems that will be much costlier to address later on. The best investment
Have a good night, Becoming.
is strong early childhood education, support nurturing programs for kids. Otherwise, you're going to be in the business of repairing adults.
Keeping Vanessa in high school is key, Carvalho says. He hopes the system doesn't let her down. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News, LA.
Oh. All right, well, that's fucking dark. That is fucking dark, especially considering what we're going to talk about here. The mansion tax, and they're going to, I don't know why they changed this isn't what the title of the article was when I found it. When I first came across it earlier today. What is the mansion tax from Selling Sunset season 7? Okay, I've never fucking watched that, but we're going to talk about the mansion tax and we're going to talk about Measure ULA. And this is going to be mostly critical of it. And it's going to be criticism coming from the most predictable of places, the real estate industry. So we're going to talk about that next. And then we're going to get into Hunter's Brandon. We're going to get into Hunter's Brandon, Trump's last day of the civil fraud trial and him getting sassy with the judge. Then we'll move from there into international news. We'll talk about Ecuador updates. We'll talk about Argentina updates. IMF deal with Argentina. Also 211% inflation. Then we'll move on to the situation in the Middle East. US and UK strike Houthi targets in Yemen. We'll talk about the ICJ and much more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos we'll be watching and have watched already this evening. Also in the Discord is in the politics channel. All the articles that we've read on stream and will read are posted in there as well. But before we continue on and talk about the mansion tax and Measure ULA in Los Angeles, we have to run an ad break because it has been more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat who may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. We are currently at 7 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Alrighty, we're back. Oh, it's so cold, chat. I happen to have a few metal replica airsoft guns. They're fun. That's what they are. If anybody was wondering, those are airsoft guns. It says gun in Japanese. Yeah, those are airsoft guns. In case you needed to hear it today, you are really cute. Oh, thank you, non-binary. Oh shit, are we in a... Yo, we're in a hypebeast? Yo, Freedom Evie, thank you for the... what? For the 10? Holy shit. Yo, Freedom Evie, thank you for the 10 gifties total. Forlorn, thank you for the 100 biddies. Triple Z Sleeps, thank you for 19 months. Thank you so much. Thank you. Holy crap. Freedom Evie, thank you so much. Thank you. If you got a gifty, please make sure to thank them. That's very, very generous. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. There you go. You can have this. You can have this. Major hype from base chatters. Let's go. Yeah. Yep. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thanks, chat. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yo, that bitch go krungo. That bitch so krungo, bruh. Yo. Amazing that has so many views. What do you mean? You say that like it doesn't deserve all of the views. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? All right, chat. Let's get back into it. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you. We're at 17 out of 25 for the daily sub goal now. That's fucking pog. That's fucking poggers. Thank you so much. We're only 8 away from hitting the sob goal. The sob goal. If we hit the sub goal, I'll start sobbing for you. Amazing. It doesn't have more views. True. All right, let's get back into it. From Bloomberg.com. I don't like this title. It wasn't titled this. What's the mansion tax from Selling Sunset Season 7? I've never watched that. It was titled something else, like... It was titled something else, like, hold on. Yeah, what the fuck? It has a different title in reader view. How does that work? Hydrate time, chat. Remember to drink some water. What the? Yo! Evie, what the fuck? Thank you so much for another 10 gifties. Holy crap. We have officially surpassed the sub goal. The sob goal. Thank you so much. What the fuck? Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm feeling generous. You are insanely generous. Very, very, very generous. Thank you so much. If you got a gifty from Freedom Evie, please make sure to thank them. Very, very kind. Yo, Cro-Magnetron with the 3 sob gold. What the fuck, bro? All right, then. Sounds like the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you. Evie, thank you for the 10 more gifties. And Cro-Magnetron, thank you for the 3. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Banger. Banger. You're welcome. And thank you. Is Egg okay? Yes. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you so much for all the support. Very, 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 very cool. Thank you so much. We destroyed the sub goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Big tune. All right, let's get back into it, huh? Let's start it off. As mansion taxes catch on in the US cities, Los Angeles offers lessons, otherwise known as what's the mansion tax from Selling Sunset season 7, whatever the fuck that is. All right. Makes me nauseous even thinking about it. Real estate agent Mary Bonnet said of the so-called mansion tax in the season's first episode. Okay, so we really are. Oh wait, no, I forgot this first sentence. Like a fucking dummy. The new villain on the 7th season of the hit reality real estate show Selling Sunset wasn't a sassy new luxury broker, not there to make friends. It was a real estate tax. Makes me nauseous even thinking about it. Real estate agent Mary Bonnet said of the so-called mansion tax in the season's first episode as she surveyed the living room of a $26 million 8-bedroom home in Brentwood. The tax, known as Measure ULA, was pitched in 2022 as a fix to Los Angeles' dire housing crisis. Passed by ballot measure with 58% of voters in favor, the measure created a new land transfer fee on real estate transactions over $5 million and directed the proceeds to affordable housing projects, tenant protections, and homelessness prevention efforts. Researchers projected it could earn the city upwards of $900 million annually, money that could start bringing people off the streets. But since Measure ULA went into effect in April, it has only raised about $142 million, far off track of reaching that estimate. Now, they're going to go into here why that's most likely the case, because obviously before the law went into effect, a bunch of fucking people sold. A bunch of real estate like firms and whatever, investors, whatever, everybody sold before it went into effect. They made sure to push the properties before that happened. And now you're seeing there was a huge spike of sales, and now you're seeing the low, a huge drop in sales, obviously. Let's see. LA mansion tax gets a slow start oh my God, can't read. Is this like, there's supposed to be a picture here? Oh yeah, here's that. Number of transactions. Look, like no shit this happens, right? No shit. Everybody sells and now it's just like dead, right? Okay, cool. Moving on. A mix of political and economic forces have helped to slow sales of high-value real estate. In the year after the mansion tax passed last November, national interest rates spiked and some home sales slumped, while strikes shut down Hollywood. But resistance to the tax may have also influenced the market. In March, sellers rushed to push through sales before it went into effect. Landlords and an anti-tax lobbying group challenged the tax in court, delaying the disbursement of funds for affordable housing. Concerns that the tax is a chief obstacle to selling luxury homes have been amplified by a Netflix-sized megaphone on Selling Sunset. Agents have been able to share concerns with millions of global viewers. You don't have as many buyers out there trying to buy. We don't have as many sellers willing to sell, Bonnet, who is vice president of the Oppenheim Group, said on camera. Some critics say the tax is also deterring the development of multifamily housing that would help alleviate housing constraints, which is very fucking... We'll talk about it. Let me just shut up. To say that this tax has been counterproductive is an understatement, said Bonnet in a follow-up email to Bloomberg City Lab. Now remember, Bonnet is the vice president of the Oppenheim Group, okay? The backlash in LA, The backlash in LA comes as many cities look to advance similar measures. I think we could preemptively declare 2024 to be the year of the mansion tax, said Andrew Boardman, a local policy analyst for the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, a left-leaning think tank. As the house market stabilizes, the real estate industry adapts, and various lawsuits move through the appeals process. Advocates say the tax will prove its worth. By November, monthly sales over 5 million had nearly tripled since cratering in April, bringing in nearly 14 million for Measure ULA. It's not a silver bullet, even at its fullest manifestation, said Greg Good, a senior advisor to the Los Angeles Housing Department. But it's the closest thing to a needle mover that we've even come close to, and that's due to a number of things. Like most city councils in major cities, Los Angeles is either it is made up of and beholden to, it being the Los Angeles City Council, made up of and or beholden to the real estate industry. That's why we have such like a strong liberal NIMBY attitude in Los Angeles and in a lot of other major cities. Our cities faced with local housing crises of their own aren't waiting to jump aboard the mansion tax train. Nearly 70% of Santa Fe workers approved a tax on residential real estate sales over $1 million in November 2023. With the proceeds earmarked for affordable housing, Chicago voters will have the chance to decide on a similar tax this year. In Seattle, the vast majority of voters approved a broader property tax increase that is expected to raise nearly $1 billion to support low-income renters over 7 years. And while the mansion tax branding and momentum may feel novel, applying taxes on real estate transfers to fund public priorities is tried and true. Such measures already exist in more than a dozen other localities, including New York City and San Francisco, according to Boardman. Economically, practically, politically, they've proven quite effective, especially within the very limited toolbox of local government finance, he said. Until now, most of these transfer taxes have done their job really without much fanfare or controversy, Boardman said. The story is different in Los Angeles, not just mansions. In the campaign for Measure ULA, the sell to voters was simple: help us pay for affordable homes by taxing super expensive ones. All right, see, this is where the frame is going to get funny. It seems like a no-brainer. We still think it's a no-brainer to put a tiny tax on mega mansions to have a big impact on our affordable housing crisis and to prevent our growing crisis of homelessness, said Joe Donlan, the director of United to House LA, a coalition of more than 100 advocacy groups, tenants' rights organizations, nonprofits, and unions that authored and organized around Measure ULA. 70% of the proceeds are meant to be put toward affordable housing production and the other 30% to homelessness prevention. The redistributive impulse has inspired other cities, says Yona Freemark, a senior research associate at the Urban Institute's Metropolitan Housing and Communities Policy Center. People do not think that the distribution of resources in our society are fair, and think that one way to fund affordable housing is to ask that there be some redistribution. But one of the biggest sticking points among LA developers is that despite the marketing, Measure ULA doesn't only apply to mansions. Although single-family homes represent the largest share of its projected revenue at 38%, the tax also applies to most multifamily developments, office buildings, and hotels. If the community really knew that this was a tax on every single property that exists north of 5 million, I don't know if the outcome would be the same, which is the most said Richard Hyman, a real estate developer in the LA area and the founder of Hyman Development. Motherfucker. The community, how much of this community do you think is in the market for a fucking property north of $5 million? How many? You have houses now in the most poor neighborhoods, in historically fucking hood ass neighborhoods in Los Angeles. Houses going for over $1 million in the fucking worst of neighborhoods. It's like, what are you even saying? Who does this apply to? Obviously, this applies to other fellow real estate developers in the LA area, the only people that fucking matter. It's like, what are you saying? If only the community really knew. Like, what community? Like, what are you saying? This isn't unique to Los Angeles, says Boardman. Nearly all U.S. property transfer taxes apply to more than just single-family homes. It's like they frame this in a way that, like, well, developers are not going to want to build apartments that also sometimes have affordable housing included in them because of this. That's garbage. That's literally bullshit. Because we don't have a problem of inventory. We don't need to build more. We already have the inventory. It's just that it's all bought up by banks and huge companies and real estate firms. It's just... nobody has the ability to fucking purchase a home anymore. Everybody is renting. And Airbnbs. Everybody is renting. Because the only people with enough capital to fucking purchase homes are landlords and real estate firms. And this is it. That's the entire city of Los Angeles. And most cities are experiencing the exact same issue. It's so fucking annoying that it's like the people who you see the backlash coming from is always real estate developers, chat. Why is that? That's so crazy. Because Measure ULA applies to apartments that could include affordable units, here we go, there were fears even before the tax passed that it could deter the development of sorely needed housing. Oh no! The private market, the private sector, is not going to want to build affordable housing. Well, maybe the billions of dollars that go to the LAPD could be better used. Perhaps. Mayhaps. Maybe we don't need to be increasing the LAPD's police budget every single fucking year. Nobody's been defunded, despite all of the fucking press saying otherwise. Despite all of the fucking bullshit rhetoric around crime waves happening. All the numbers say that crime is down. It's so fucking, it's so infuriating. So infuriating. We have the money, and we have the inventory being like homes and buildings that are are zoned for living in, or could be rezoned to be like lived in. Zoning is the hugest problem, but zoning is largely decided by a city council that is bought and sold by these same real estate developers. With construction costs, inflation, and interest rates all elevated, developers consider the tax another blow. Sellers must pay an extra 4% of the entire purchase price for any sales over $5 million. Like, this only affects investors in the real estate market. And I say, get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. Sorry, get fucked. If you want to fucking develop in Los Angeles, you got to pay a big ass fine. I don't give a fuck if you're gonna make a big ass apartment building that has retail on the bottom or like whatever the fuck. I don't care. If you have the fucking capital to be able to do that, you're getting taxed just straight up and down. Not while the majority of the community continuously referenced here is renting. Nobody has the ability to do anything else other than rent. And even then, rents are fucking getting jacked up through the fucking roof. Fucking insane. Any like rent cap laws, like and things like that exist are all getting lobbied against. It's just slowly but surely getting chipped away at any sort of like public housing, even though like we're trying this. What this is for, ULA, it's not perfect, but it's something. It gets funding. I could think of other ways too. Like I said, we could redirect some funding, I don't know, from maybe the police department. Just throwing that out there. Oh, very fucking frustrating. Nothing is manageable, and it's all gaslit by the government. Prop 13 and Costa Hawkins are the largest factors in unaffordable housing in LA. Costa Hawkins? Maybe even abolish the police. You relax. Get that fucking far left nonsense out of my chat. Fucking chill. Even in Portland, $500,000 gets you something full of dry rot. Moved to Italy in a €5 castle that'll cost $200K to renovate and not have plumbing. Damn. Hot take, let me be king and I'll make Hunter Biden my vice king. The fuck? What? Huh? All right, do we finish this? With construction cost inflation and interest rates all elevated, developers consider the tax another blow. Sellers must pay an extra 4% on the entire purchase price for any sales over $5 million, or an extra 5.5% on sales over $5 million. The tax, quote, creates a layer of extra precaution for people to really start a project. Yeah, you really got to fucking think about this. You know what I mean? You got to have maybe like a better business business plan. Then, you know, back to the drawing board with your ass. Fuck off, said Jason Sommers, the founder and chief executive officer of Crest Real Estate, an LA-based project management firm for the industry. A 2022 UCLA study somewhat assuaged concerns about affordable housing, suggesting that the tax would have little impact on multifamily construction, in part because developers rarely sell their properties right after building them. There you fucking go. How will the Measure ULA transfer tax initiative impact housing production in Los Angeles? Key takeaways. This is from the UCLA study. Measure ULA is a November 2022 ballot initiative that would increase taxes on the sale of properties valued $5 million or above in the city of Los Angeles. If approved, it will raise an estimated $900 million annually for subsidized housing development, housing acquisition and rehabilitation, rent assistance, and other housing and homelessness-related purposes. There is concern that Measure ULA may depress new housing production by serving as a tax on apartment development. Specifically, applying the tax on new multifamily housing could generate very little additional revenue, but reduce the production of market rate and below market housing. This could result in higher rents and displacement relative to a tax that exempts sales of new multifamily. We develop a model for identifying projects that may be most at risk of not being built because of the increased tax. To be considered, quote, potentially at risk, a project must be large enough to be valued over $5 million. Okay, I don't care. Only a small percentage of units completed between 2013 and 2016, between 1.8% and 4.1% per year, meet our definition of potentially at risk, extrapolated to current production. Ashtray, thank you for this 500 biddies. Thank you so much. Extrapolated to current production trends, including requirements for on-site below market units in most new developments. This averages out to approximately 50 below market units and 390 market rate units per year. It's not, it's fucking negligible. Although the number of potentially at-risk units is relatively small, the cost of replacing them using transfer tax revenues is considerable. Applying the Measure ULA tax to newer multifamily buildings sold in 2019 would have raised only $26 million, about $12 million of which could be used for construction subsidies. Subsidizing enough new housing to replace at-risk units could cost roughly 4 times the revenue generated by taxing new apartment building sales. In other words, the social cost of taxing new apartment sales could be greater than the financial cost of exempting them. Garbage. I feel like this paragraph contradicts itself. Whatever. Here's this. We got to keep moving. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you, Ashtray, for the 500 biddies. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right, here's that, and here's this. Let's keep it moving. Let's talk about Hunter's Brandon pleading not guilty.
It has been a busy week for the president's son, Hunter Biden. He pleaded not guilty to federal charges Thursday for allegedly failing to pay more than $1 million in taxes. If convicted, he faces up to 17 years in prison. Just a day before, he made an unexpected appearance on Capitol Hill as Republicans moved to hold him in contempt of Congress. CBS News senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herridge joins me now. Catherine, so what happened in court on Thursday?
Lynn, good to be with you. I was in the federal courthouse behind me a short time ago in courtroom 7C, and as we waited for the proceeding to begin, there was a kind of nervous energy, a sense of anticipation as Hunter Biden.
Why'd MTG show his dick though? To like fucking shame him, but they just made him look cooler and made herself look fucking deranged.
Sat at the defense table. The federal judge in this case.
He said, "Get back in here, Hunter. You're afraid of what I have to say to you."
Mark Scarton.
What are you afraid of, Hunter?
Right down to business.
Let me show you your own penis.
Kind of like a rocket docket. He dispensed with his procedural hearing. In less than half an hour, he has set a trial date for June 20th, and in very strict terms, he warned the president's son.
Yeah, he's afraid of strong conservative women.
There would be severe consequences if he violates the terms of his release, up to including a bench warrant for his arrest.
And Catherine, you were sitting not far from the president's son. What did you observe?
What did he smell like?
There were two things that really stood out to me, Elaine. One is that Hunter Biden seemed very tentative at the beginning of the hearing. I'm not sure whether it was the gravity of these tax charges, including felony charges of tax evasion. But
why'd she show his dick? That's like a shiny Charizard type dick. She got a Pokemon card and it does physical psychic damage. Look at it. True, dude. I mean, have you seen that cock? Like literally the image, one of the images on the poster board, you know, she had one of her fucking interns print out at the fucking copy store or wherever the fuck, was a picture of a sex worker holding his cock like this, and it's fucking, you know, it's large. It's a very large black bar. You know what I mean? So like, what are we doing here?
what was also striking is that you had the government.
Yeah, Evie, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane.
And on one side of the tables, and then Hunter Biden's attorneys on the other. And it was just last July that these two sides had apparently agreed in principle to a plea deal on misdemeanor tax charges and a diversion for felony gun offenses. And yet today, there was no interaction, really no communication, and no eye contact between the two parties.
Catherine, I wonder, could there be more charges against Hunter Biden?
We've had two outside legal experts review the 56-page indictment, and their analysis for CBS News is that it does leave the door open to potential charges in the future. What they cited is potential violations of foreign lobbying laws, because in the indictment, they describe the president's son as a lobbyist, and they provide some detail about his work for the Ukraine energy firm Burisma, as well as the Chinese energy firm CEFC. And
yeah, I literally don't care about any of this shit. Doing drugs and partying with sex workers, etc. And of course, he's used his dad's name to get shit. All these assholes do that stuff. The most heinous shit he is guilty of, like you said, in my opinion also, is being guilty of nepotism. But like, that's not against the law. You know what I mean? That's not against the law. He's got a fucking very famous last name. Who the fuck hasn't used their famous last name? How many political like family dynasties are there? How many corporate family dynasties are there? There are many. He used his last name to get jobs he maybe wasn't qualified for. Like, bro, you ever lied on your fucking, or like exaggerated on your fucking your resume? Like, come on. You ever added a couple extra things, you know what I mean, to your job title? Like, bro, listen, I have no problem. I don't know. He's like a fucking rich kid, dude. He's a rich kid. We shouldn't have rich kids. But that's a different fucking issue. That's a different fucking, you know what I mean? That's a different like conversation to have completely. That's it.
Mania. So the bottom line is the door appears open to additional charges. And all of this is happening at the intersection of his father's re-election campaign. A tax case here in California, the felony gun case in Delaware, and also a potential contempt of Congress case.
Yeah, he didn't do shit for Burisma. Like, that's like the thing that they always want to bring up. Like, Burisma, it's like, yeah, dude, he was like unqualified as fuck. You know, he's extremely unqualified and he got the bag. Like, okay, yeah, that's whack. You know, sure. How qualified are any of the Trump kids to do fucking anything? Like, I don't know, man. Whatever, dude. Rich people doing fucking cringe shit. Like, yeah.
Catherine, I know you will have more on this case Friday.
Whatever, bro.
Weekender from Los Angeles. Catherine Harris, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, now on to our big, beautiful orange boy on his last day of a New York City civil fraud trial. Apparently he gets real sassy. So we'll see him in the trial, and then we'll see him talking after. There he is. Hi, Mr. President. I love you. Yeah.
It was an extraordinary final day in court at Donald Trump's civil fraud trial in New York City. The former president came to court and he desired to give his own closing argument in addition to those given by his lawyers. And Donald Trump ended up doing just that, even though the judge said that he couldn't speak. The judge was concerned that Donald Trump would give a campaign speech, that he would go far afield from the evidence in the case. And that's exactly what Donald Trump did. After his lawyers finished their statements, one of his lawyers asked the judge to reconsider that ban. As the judge was assessing the situation, Donald Trump started speaking, and he went on for almost 6 minutes.
I love seeing the difference in styles, and then like as time goes on, like how the styles like evolve in like court artwork. Like I can tell that this one was done on an iPad or you know, like a digital painting. It's so interesting to see the styles. I actually like screenshotted a couple. Hold on, let's see if I have them right here. Dude, this one is a banger. Like, I want this one like printed out. You know, I want a big ass print of this. This is like sick. I love this. It's like jazz art. Like, I don't know what the style would be, but it reminds me of like art you would see in like a jazz club or some shit in like New Orleans. Like, I don't know. It's fucking cool. It's not, well, it's pixelated because it's a screenshot, and I just like, yeah. It's like, it was like tiny.
He called this case a political persecution. He ranted about the judge being biased against him, about the state attorney general who is suing him. He said, if anything, this case is a fraud against me, referring to himself, Donald Trump. The judge in this case, Arthur Engorn, says that he hopes to have a decision by the end of the month of January. The judge says that he will take his time to consider potential, first of all, whether Donald Trump and the other defendants are liable for the claims against them. The state attorney general is asking that they be banned from doing business in New York and that they pay back $370 million that she says were ill-gotten gains. The judge before the trial ruled that all of the defendants were involved in fraud via these financial statements, and as part of that finding said that Donald Trump's companies, some of his assets, could be turned over to a court-appointed monitor with the ramifications still to be determined.
Okay.
I don't know that we're going to...
Let's hear from the big, beautiful orange boy himself. Let him speak.
I don't know that we're going to get a fair ruling. But everybody knows what I just said. This is a sham, and it's a shame.
Donald Trump on Thursday.
Everybody knows what I just said. This is a sham, and it's a shame.
Donald Trump on Thursday called the civil fraud case against him a political witch hunt. And
it's a witch hunt.
Nothing wrong during a break outside the New York courtroom as his legal team made its closing argument. But inside the courtroom, the judge overseeing the trial seemed skeptical of his defense. And the proceedings were marked by drama both inside and out. A court spokesperson confirmed that Judge Arthur Engeron received what media reports said was a bomb threat at his home. Trump made a surprise statement from the
dog. I think I'm gonna do. I might have to like do like a deep dive into the history of like court art because this shit is fascinating to me. It looks like a peepo emote. Yeah, no, it looks like oh my god, wait, no, it looks like a specific emote. Or no, it looks like a like an old, what is that, like old meme format? Oh my fucking god. Yeah. It's like the old, it's like the it's like that. No, this one, that one. I fucking found it. Bro, I told you. Chat, I fucking told you. Oh my god. Where did it go? Where did it go? What the fuck? It was just here. Oh, there it is. Bro, I'm telling you, that's literally this. Damn, dude. Know your meme, why you know guy? Yeah, the why you know guy. There it is. Damn. Why you know exonerate me? Why you know seize the witch hunt?
Defense table after his lawyers wrapped up their closing argument in the case, saying, quote, "Your Honor, look, I did nothing wrong."
Why you know let me go? I didn't do anything wrong.
They should pay me. The judge told
They should
Trump's
pay me. You should pay me. You all owe me money. You're welcome for being here.
Lawyers to control their client. The suit could cost the former U.S. president and current Republican frontrunner dearly. Democratic New York Attorney General Letitia James is seeking nearly $370 million in penalties for Trump for overstating his net worth to banks. She also wants to ban him from New York's real estate industry. The judge has already ruled that Trump and his company engaged in fraud and is considering what penalties to impose. A lawyer for Trump argued the case is motivated by politics.
See, this is more classic. This is like charcoal, you know, or I guess charcoal, pastel.
Trump should not be penalized for allegedly manipulating the value of his property.
Damn, he looks wicked here. He just looks sick here. Dude, he looks like he goes fast. You know what I mean? He looks so aerodynamic here. Look out.
Properties, because lenders and insurers that did business with him still turned a profit. The judge said there doesn't have to be any evidence
Metal Gear Solid
harm.
cover art. Yeah.
A verdict at a later date without a jury.
Damn. God damn, that's horrible audio. Associated Press. Seriously? Fucking seriously?
And we'll see what happens. I think maybe he may surprise people on a positive side. We'll have to see what happens exactly. But we've proven this case so conclusively. We've asked for directed verdict many times. They don't have any facts. They don't have any evidence against us. Millions and millions of pages, years of litigation, and all politically motivated. She campaigned on I will get Trump. If you've ever seen any of her clips, they're horrible clips, actually, the anger. She's got serious Trump derangement syndrome. There's no question about Letitia James, the corrupt attorney general.
That's TDS. It's serious. It's terminal.
I want to go to all of my trials.
Got terminal TDS.
Again, these are all set up by Biden and the Democrats. This is their new form of cheating.
Israel starting their case right now? Oh,
a day after gang members looted stores and terrified.
Fucking loud. Fuck, are they really?
Stormed into the internationally recognized sovereign territory of Israel and committed acts of barely credible atrocity. It was these events.
Well, we'll get to it. Let's knock out because we like saw a little bit of it live yesterday, but it's kind of, it probably would be best to just like get tonight's hearing tomorrow, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? For the sake of like the stream. But I'll keep it up here on the side. All right, before we get to that, we have 17 minutes before the ad break. So let's knock out some other international news before we get to that stuff. Let's talk about Ecuador, and then let's talk about Argentina real quick.
Five people in Quito's historic. A day after gang members looted stores and terrified people in Quito's historic center, these streets usually brimming with locals and tourists were desolate. Most stores were closed, as were schools and public offices. The area close to the presidential palace cordoned off with soldiers on patrol. Alex Lozada, who kept his stall closed, says he showed up to protect his belongings.
Yesterday was terrifying, people running desperately up and down, and around 3 in the afternoon we had to close. It's very dangerous. We are all afraid we'll be robbed or worse.
A sentiment of anguish and worry that others who ventured out shared.
We can't go to work in this situation. Children can't go to school. Our country is in pieces. We need the president to solve this because it's gone berserk.
The president, Daniel Noboa, who declared the state of emergency on Monday and ordered that criminal gangs be neutralized on Tuesday, met with diplomats and international organizations, saying the violence was a reaction to his plans of building new high-security prisons. He promised not to back down and announced he would begin to deport 1,500 foreign prisoners, mostly Colombians, to cut the number of inmates.
We're living in a state of war against terrorism. These aren't organized crime groups, they're terrorists, some of whom finance themselves with drug trafficking and some others with people smuggling in organs as well as weapons.
Most Ecuadorians are
Bro, Javier Milei is typing. He's trying to get in on that trade.
Still trying to make sense of what has been an unprecedented day of simultaneous violence in many cities. Tension remains palpable. Streets are empty even at rush hour as Quito and Ecuador prepare for another night of curfew.
And the crisis is far from over. 139 prison guards and employees are still being held hostage by inmates in 5 jails. And there were still incidents and clashes in various parts of the country as the armed forces operation continues. This wave of violence was triggered by the disappearance of a convicted criminal the government hoped to transfer, but it's only the latest in a country increasingly in the grips of ever more violent and defiant gangs. Alessandro Ampietti, Al Jazeera, Quito.
I wouldn't say it's as easy as calling this an excuse for a police state. The violence is obviously very real. The control of the gangs, there is actual chaos happening, you know, and obviously with chaos like that, something needs to be done to bring order back. where the violence comes from is years of right-wing policy. Years of right-wing policy and corruption in all of these in those prisons. All these drug gangs have so much power because of corruption in law enforcement. Yeah. So like in material conditions because of far right economic policies. So what it will end up being in like the same in like what you're saying is that like now that given that is the fact, that is the case, yeah, good luck undoing the state of martial law. You know what I mean? But this is actual chaos. This is actual violence. I'm pretty sure I know what Malay would say, afuera. So depressing because Ecuador was on such a good path until Moreno betrayed everyone. I couldn't speak to that specifically, but what was the president? I'm trying to think of the president's Correa. Yeah. Under Correa, crime was very low. Liberals, President Correa. Liberals foment the fascism that'll destroy them. Fascists foment the problems that empower them. What is a psycho autograph? Whoa. That's crazy. That's sick. I don't get it, but it's tight. So,
sure to subscribe to
very unfortunate situation. You hate to see, like we've talked about it before. While there's like leaps forward in progress in the global south, you also see like leaps backward, I guess, like in Argentina, for example, which we'll talk about next. Argentina and the IMF reached deal to rescue debt program. Let's check it out.
Argentina and the International Monetary Fund have struck a deal to rescue the country's embattled debt program. The agreement should unlock around $4.7 billion in funding. Economy Minister Luis Caputo spoke after the deal was reached.
In exchange for extreme austerity. For austerity measures.
Bueno, primero dejar claro que este no es
I want to make clear this is not a new agreement. We have relaunched the previous one, which was on hold due to the goals not being fulfilled.
El incumplimiento de las metas.
Agreement was urgently needed. Argentina is battling inflation heading towards 200% and is short of foreign currency reserves. Meanwhile, the IMF loans had been on hold after the previous government missed economic targets linked to the program. The new administration of Libertarian President Javier Milei had been locked in talks with the fund since late last week. Caputo welcomed the agreement, but also said Argentina shouldn't rely on it.
Es hora que el país resuelva sus problemas.
It's time the country solves its financial problems by solving, as I said at the beginning of this address, its structural problems, which are its addition to the excess of public expenditure and fiscal deficit.
There you go.
As this is what...
Like, gotta afuera the fuck out of all the social spending. Get rid of the social spending. Classic.
Ends up generating all the problems suffered by society.
Que es en definitiva lo que termina generando todos los problemas que la sociedad.
Which is exactly backwards. Like exactly backwards.
The IMF deal looks like a timely win for Milei, who faces daunting economic challenges. He came to power promising to cut spending, slash bureaucracy, and free up business.
Afuera.
But his program of deregulation is proving divisive on the streets and in Congress, where he lacks the majority needed to drive through reforms.
Yeah, so that's what the next video is going to be about. Oh! Dude, Al Jazeera, holy crap, their audio. Holy fucking crap, their audio is fucking insane. God damn, sorry chat. Argentina economic woes. Annual inflation rate reaches 211%. And we'll talk about it. I believe this goes into the debate in Congress, Argentina's Congress over these measures.
In the blink of an eye, petrol prices in Argentina have doubled, while the local currency, the peso, is now worth half. Menus in most restaurants are no longer exhibiting prices. They're going up too fast to print.
Oh my God. No prices. Just inquire within.
Every day it's worse. This is turning into Venezuela.
The latest official inflation figure is more than 25% for the month of December, almost double what it was in November. The owner of this business loves guanacos, which is similar to a llama, and so he's decided to plaster the outside of his shop with 20 peso bills, which happen to feature guanacos. And that's because that's a lot cheaper than buying wallpaper. About 15 years ago, you could buy lunch and get change with one of these bills. Now it's about to go out of circulation because it's practically worthless. Yet one thing remains stable. The way to buy.
Why would we just like... That's okay. Huh? That seems,
And sell real estate. Prices are all in US dollars, as they have been for decades. Broker Cecilia Bassi explains that bank loans are practically unheard of because interest rates are astronomical.
100% en efectivo. You have to pay for all transactions up front in cash and in US dollars. It's a widespread practice. No one would dream of buying or selling property in local currency.
With rare exceptions, Argentines have bought, sold, and saved in US dollars for nearly half a century to offset repeated devaluations and inflation. A vicious circle that the new government vows to break with a brutal fiscal adjustment.
This year, the government will not print any money to cover the fiscal deficit. In the next 3 months, there will be hyperinflation as subsidies disappear, followed by a steep recession. The government's objective is to achieve zero inflation by December.
Right now, that's hard to imagine. Next week, public transport in Buenos Aires will go up 45%, while salaries remain stagnant. Those who voted for President Javier Milei say they knew his cure for their economic woes would be extreme.
Yeah.
What many aren't sure of now is whether they can withstand the medicine. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Buenos Aires.
But that's the thing. In a libertarian paradise, right? In a libertarian utopia, those that need it most, the most neediest among them in their country, will die off, and that's how that works. It's rugged individualism, baby. Get fucked. Like, let the weak die off. It won't. That obviously creates, a fucking weight on the rest of society. But that's the idea. And we are complaining about our inflation. I mean, the difference is we have a sovereign currency, right? Nori added, why you know? Wait. You need the... Oh my God. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen an emote with underscores like that before. It's so perfect. It's so fucking perfect. It's so weird. So weird. All right, what is next? Okay, we have how long? 4 minutes and 28 seconds until the ad break. Let's look at this real quick. US and UK strike Houthi targets in Yemen for attacks on ships in the Red Sea.
Welcome to the News Hour. The United States and Britain are launching strikes tonight against Houthi targets in Yemen.
The strikes are in response to numerous attacks against shipping vessels in the Red Sea in recent months. Nick Schifrin joins us now for the latest. Nick, so what do we know at this hour about these U.S. strikes?
A U.S. official confirms that more than a dozen strikes have been hit inside Yemen with Tomahawk missiles fired by ships in the Red Sea, as well as jets that were flying off of those ships. The targets include logistical hubs, air defense systems, and weapons storage site. And the weapons storage sites that we're talking about are the weapons that the Houthis have been using in order to attack U.S. ships and commercial ships in the Red Sea. That means drones, ballistic, and cruise missiles. Before this strike, I talked to former military officials who told me that the U.S. does have intelligence that they believe that can degrade Houthi capabilities, degrade the ability for the Houthis to attack these ships, both commercial and military, and even earlier, a few months ago, try and attack Israel. But administration officials told me that they weren't sure that these strikes would actually deter the Houthis from continuing to launch strikes.
Tofu, I'm not farming you for age. Something tells me you are. The Rubin Report! 9 days ago, read it and weep. The list of what Javier Milei has already done is mind-blowing! It's mind-blowing! Whoa, dude! All right.
What's going on in Argentina right now? This is absolutely spectacular. This is from the
spectacular
Twitter account. 18 days ago, President Javier Milei was inaugurated in Argentina. Since then, here's what he...
Imagine taking, as somebody who is not an American, imagine taking this guy seriously. Like, you LARPing ass fucking nerd. Like, you LARPing ass nerd. Get off the fucking internet, dog. Like, don't tread on me. Bro, you are from Argentina. That's like... Lupon the Third cosplay reject. Don't do that to Lupon. Oh my god. Oh, what a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. All right, let's hear it.
He's done. This is unbelievable.
Also, referencing the fucking Twitter account End Wokeness is amazing. This is a serious political commentator here. Super serious. I follow this account because it's fucking amazing how stupid it is. It's endlessly fucking endless content for me. I follow all of the worst people just to fucking see what's up. And End Wokeness is up there with some of the stupidest shit. That and the cat one, cat turd, they are very stupid. Like very fucking dumb. And it's so perfect to see fucking David Rubin using an End Wokeness tweet on his super serious political commentary show.
Eliminated 12 out of 21 cabinet posts, firing 5,000 government employees, ending 380,000 government regulations, banned woke language in the military, bill to affirm the right to self-defense, bill to legalize...
Oh, wait. A bill to affirm the right to self-defense.
Homeschooling of kids, proposal to punish
what was the last one?
Bill to legalize homeschooling of kids.
Legalizing homeschooling.
Proposal to punish...
Was homeschool illegal?
To punish all riot organizers. Future welfare cuts for road blocking. Legalized paying contracts in Bitcoin.
Welfare cuts for road blocking. So if you block a road and you're on welfare, your ass is getting cut.
Privatization of state-run companies opened up the Argentina oil industry.
That's fucking amazing.
Doesn't that all sound freaking amazing?
Bitcoin.
And it's because
doesn't this sound amazing, chat?
People of Argentina had gotten so close to the precipice of true communism and socialism. They had basically dived into it already. They were in that pool.
Yeah, back when there was not this crime issue. Back when there wasn't this insane destabilization, all of these fucking roving cartel like drug gangs and shit. Come on, dog.
And they somehow figured out
when they were diving into communism, like things weren't so bad.
Out how to get out, and they're on their way out. And every single bullet point that I just put up there are the things that we should be doing here in the United States.
Yeah, source End Wokeness on Twitter. Fucking great. Fucking great. We need a leader like this in America. I am extremely jealous of Argentina. They have an actual leader helping their country. Wait. This username, David Cho 8. Oh, come on, dog. A true revolutionary that would be hated by the Viva la Revolucion crowd. True. This guy is more American than America. God bless this man. Fuck off, dude. To be fair, it does sound amazing to Dave because he is too stupid to understand. It does not work. I think he is honest in that sense. Yeah, that's probably fair. This you? I follow this account because it's fucking. I follow this account because it's fucking. If you look through my clips, it's just like a bunch of evidence that I'm a fucking reactionary ass hog. It's fucking great. It's just like me praising Israel and like shit like that. I don't know what the fuck a stoat is, but I want one. Huh? Oh, this is the dodo. This account sucks. Fuck these people. These are PETA ass motherfuckers. These motherfuckers don't actually give a shit about animals. Fuck all of these people. But that is cute as hell. That is very adorable, and I want to hang out with one and be friends with one right now. Right now. Someday, Tofu needs to watch the $500 million mansion in Bel Air. Oh, I've seen it. Wait, what? It'd be so funny. I imagine Tofu's blood would audibly boil. Wait. Oh no, I probably watched it on other people's streams. But yeah, that shit is whack. I want, like, immediately my mind goes to wanting to seize the one. You know, very carnivorous and feisty, not good pets, really. But they're so cute. Stoats are cool. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's finish. Oh fuck, the ads are on us. All right, you know what? We're gonna hold off on this. We'll lump this in with the Israel-Palestine stuff that we get to after an ad break, chat, because it's been more than an hour since our last ad break. But don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time. If you are unsubscribed, say hi in the chat, and maybe somebody will see you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
Love you, Tofu Ghost. Tofu Glowers.
Yo, Tired Snow White, thank you. Or wait, no, Freedom Evie, thank you for gifting to Tired Snow White. Oh shit. Wait, thanks for the 5 other gifties? What the fuck? Yo, Freedom Evie, thank you for the 6 more gifties. My god, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please make sure to thank the person that gifted you if you got gifted. Yo, Xenomonic, thank you for the 100 biddies. And also, let's see, Pixelated Puka. Thank you so much for the 4 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Forlorn with the 100 biddies. All right, listen. The people have spoken. The people have spoken, and we will give the people what they desire. Eggdog Desert. Just me supporting the best stream, Tofu. Yo, thank you so much, Freedom Evie. Thanks for being a part of the community. Thanks so much for the support. It means the world. Thank you. Iacha, thank you for the 100 biddies. Yo, Iacha is unsubscribed. Can we get a gifty for Iacha? Banger. Yo, Xenomonic, thank you for gifting to Iacha. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you for gifting to Iacha. Iacha. Let's do it. This is for you. Let's do it for you. Isn't it technically a face of a seal? It's this. It's this here, for those that don't know. Ba-na-na-na. This is Eggdog. Chat, meet Eggdog. Eggdog is a dog, shaped like an egg. Look at Eggdog. The glory of Eggdog. Freedom Evie, thank you for another gifty to Professor SJ. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hell yeah. Thank you so much, chat. I really appreciate it. Thanks for... Oh, they have a plushie? Plushie. Oh. Oh. Evie, thank you for another gifting to Alex. What the God damn. Wait, why does this song go so crazy? God damn, they had no business going that hard. Also, I want a fucking Eggdog plushie. Are you fucking joking me right now? What is this? Me Mom, I want to be a fighter. Mom, no, you're going to be a performer. Me now, if someone breaks into my house at 3 a.m. Bottom G on how to fight. Okay. What kind of shorts were those? What the fuck? Oh, never mind. I see. Yes. Yes. You ever see these flipped sample breakdowns? How long is it?
The best sample flip of 2023.
This is such an old drum break.
She's here, Mr. Johnson.
Yo, Evie, thank you for another gifty to Chicago. Thank you. So who are these producers? Voted best sample flip of 2023. Winner is JPEG Mafia's burner account. This is JPEG Mafia.
She's here.
I'm living life in no rules. You try to play foul, I'm shooting in trash.
Oh yeah, I remember this.
My cars, I beat you with the pick what you say. I'm living life in the fast. We carry the car.
Banger.
Granny?
It's just like this is where all the samples are. Very cool. Very cool. All right, we got to get back into it, chat. We got to get back into it. Yo, Cinemarxism raid. Holy, thank you so much for the raid, Brett. What's up? I hope you had an awesome stream. What were y'all up to? Chat, everybody right now, stop what you're doing and go follow Cinemarxism. I know Celtic already did it, but do it again. Go follow right now. Cinemarxism is based and very cool. You must go follow. Hope you had a good stream. What were y'all up to? We are just getting back into our political coverage for the evening. We are just now getting into the Middle East. We talked about Argentina just before this. We talked about Ecuador before that. We talked about Trumpy Boy and Hunter's Brandon and LA news, education crisis in Los Angeles, and so much more. But we're about to talk about the Red Sea and then Israel-Palestine stuff. It was so good. We watched a doc on South African reconciliation committees. Very moving and inspiring. Word. W stream, dude. W stream. Go follow. What is this? Related memes say the line Israel. South Africa is Hamas. Yay! Yeah, okay. Yeah. Anyway, welcome in. Right now, we're about to start this. US and UK strike Houthi targets in Yemen for attacks on ships in the Red Sea.
Welcome to the News Hour. The United States and Britain are launching strikes tonight against Houthi targets in Yemen.
The strikes are in response to numerous attacks against shipping vessels in the Red Sea in recent months. Nick Schifrin joins us now for the latest. Nick, so what do we know at this hour about these U.S. strikes?
A U.S. official confirms that more than a dozen strikes have been hit inside Yemen with Tomahawk missiles fired by ships in the Red Sea, as well as jets that were flying off of those ships. The targets include logistical hubs, air defense systems, and weapons storage site. And the weapons storage sites that we're talking about are the weapons that the Houthis have been using in order to attack U.S. ships and commercial ships in the Red Sea. That means drones, ballistic, and cruise missiles. Before this strike, I talked to former military officials who told me that the U.S. does have intelligence that they believe that can degrade Houthi capabilities, degrade the ability for the Houthis to attack these ships, both commercial and military, and even earlier, a few months ago, try and attack Israel.
Like he said that whole sentence really was like nothing. He's talked to ex-military officials, and they've said that they believe that the United States military has the ability to degrade the military capabilities of the Houthis. So you mean to tell me you went to four people who are no longer doing the job to tell you that they have guns that could break stuff? Like, cool, yeah, like
But administration officials told me that they weren't sure that these strikes would actually deter the Houthis from continuing to launch strikes. And so what the U.S. tonight is expecting is a Houthi response and a couple of rounds of back and forth. That was built into...
So the fact that it's built into the plan around the bigger picture of the plan around these strikes means that they went into it knowing that this could be a move that escalates violence in the region. This could be the beginning or like the spark that ignites a further a wider conflict in the region. We're doing this completely like knowing that full well.
Strike tonight, according to U.S. officials I talked to. And so the expectation again is that the Houthis will strike back, and this is just the beginning. And earlier today, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, one of the Houthi leaders, said that, hey, look, if you strike us tonight, we're going to strike you harder than we already have.
Just the beginning of a new phase. But as you've noted before, this didn't happen overnight. This has been building.
Like the United States has never seized shipments from like adversarial nations or whatever states. That's never happened before. The Houthis are standing in solidarity with, the Palestinians, standing in solidarity with Hamas in this conflict, and saying that like we're going to like restrict shipping from for these nations through these waterways is like something that happens like very regularly. Because those attacks in the Red Sea are in response to what Israel is doing in Gaza. So like, I don't know, man. A response doesn't mean a wider conflict, though. It doesn't necessarily mean it, but it just certainly makes it more possible than without a strike. Is all I'm saying. That's not what they did, but it's fine. The real issue is that this ain't gonna fix it. That's not what they did. What do you mean? What's not what they did? The Brits are so proud. Rishi Sunak looking for his Falkland moment.
4 weeks. Remind us of the context and how we got here.
Yeah, there have been 27 attacks by the Houthis in Yemen on commercial.
Going after shipping was a bad move, in my opinion. They should have stuck to solely military targets. I mean, if the problem with that is the escalating thing. Like attacking military targets is an escalating thing, a thing that escalates further. Whereas like restricting shipping through certain waters and deterring it by like commandeering those ships is like something that is done normally. Like those are more non-violent measures to put pressure on nations to restrict their economic capability. A blockade is seen as less violent. Exactly. So it's like, I don't know. It's
shipping and U.S. shipping since the middle of November, since the last 6
it definitely won't help Houthi radicalization and political violence.
It started with that brazen attack, photos of which you're seeing right there. Houthi militants landing with a helicopter on the deck of the Galaxy Leader. They actually kidnapped a dozen foreign officials that night, foreign sailors. The U.S. created a maritime coalition in order to defend shipping and ships going through this area, which is key to international shipping. Some 15% of all boats go through there, but clearly those warships did not prevent the Houthis from continuing to launch this attack. Between December 16th and January 4th, the U.S. Navy shot down 61 missiles and drones. And so that is what clearly has led to tonight's strike. The idea that many in the U.S. administration and also the British administration, which took part in this, wanted to try and restore that deterrence, wanted to strike back finally at the Houthis. And that's what's happened tonight. I'm going to quickly, the context for this, not only the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, but also the political advancement that the U.S. has really been pushing. The U.S. has been trying to end once and for all the civil war in Yemen between the Houthis and the coalition-backed government, backed by Saudi Arabia. The progress that has been made in the last 6 months has actually been pretty good. And so what U.S. officials are wondering tonight is if a military strike actually takes away from that progress or, in fact, gives them leverage over the Houthis.
We'll see what happens next. Nick Schifrin, thank you so much for your reporting.
Thank you.
Okay. The Houthis are Zaidi Shiites, a minority group of Shiite Muslims that make up around 35% of Yemen's population. All right. Now, we got that out of the way. Let's look at this quick thing that I saw before we go into the ICJ. Coverage from the ICJ, further coverage of the ICJ hearings from last night. I know that they are live right now, but we are most likely going to just digest that information tomorrow when the clips and all of that is out. We're going to go over analysis, some different analysis of it as well. But let's look at this first that I thought was interesting, and I think maybe a appropriate way to frame the conversation that we'll have tonight about the ICJ hearings. Israel says it found traces of hostages in Gaza tunnel. You mean the tunnels that y'all were flooding with seawater? Those same tunnels? Okay, cool. Let's talk about it.
Most of the displaced people in Gaza are here in the south.
Different areas, because we understand it.
The Israeli military says it has found evidence that hostages were present in an underground tunnel in the Gaza Strip city of Khan Yunis.
In the civilian neighborhood, in order to make it impossible for the idea.
The tunnel entrance was found under a corrugated tin hut in a residential yard in a neighborhood near the ruins of destroyed homes and streets.
We found in this tunnel hostage remains, hostage DNA. Hostages were held here in this tunnel system.
Hostage remains like bodies? Like, what does that mean? Like you found clothes? Like you saw a fucking, there was like what? What does that mean? Like, what does it mean? Either way, like, yeah, we know that that hostages can be held in two places. On the surface, where they're in a building somewhere in Gaza, or beneath the surface in tunnels, where they have said openly that they are flooding with seawater. Conyer, hello. Conyer ate you with a mushroom in a banh mi? Delicious. That sounds bomb. Bomb me. Let's go. W. I hope you had a great stream, Conyer. What's up? Welcome in. Hello, hello. I was in there earlier. Shouts out, Conyer. Go follow, go follow. Right now, we are just starting. We've gone over a bunch of things tonight, but right now we are just starting on our Israel-Palestine coverage for the evening. We're starting off with this little story. Israel says it found traces of hostages in a Gaza tunnel, the same tunnels that they have been flooding with seawater. Not very pog. So we're going to look at that before we get into the ICJ. ICJ. I haven't had a good banh mi in ages. Me neither. It's been a fucking minute since I've had a solid banh mi. Like a good vegan banh mi. Any gifters? Any gifters for Conyer? Anybody? Munchek? Looks like a storm cellar. All right, well, let's finish this up.
Hostages were held here in this tunnel system.
There were no details on what exactly was found in the tunnel, nor when the hostages were there and if they were known to be dead or alive. Yeah, he said remains. Khan Yunis has become the focus of Israel's ground offensive as it continues its fight against Hamas. It's like, I love that they're using it as PR. Like, oh, we found like traces. We found traces of hostages. Like, motherfucker, the hostages that you clearly don't give two shits about because you're bombing the fucking one place that they could be and you're flooding the other place that they could be. It's fucking insane. Fucking insane. Yo, Evie, thank you for giving the con your pog. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very, very generous. Thank you so much. All right, now we turn our attention to the ICJ. We will start on the literally outside of the ICJ. Tensions high as Israeli and Palestinian supporters meet outside ICJ hearing.
All my family were murdered in the Holocaust. It's a second Holocaust.
It's a second Holocaust. Just some casual revisionism. Evie, thank you for gifting to Habibi too. Very pog. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Free Palestine from Hamas. 74 years. 74 years. It's a second Holocaust of terror.
Hamas is ISIS. The court is hearing a case brought by South Africa alleging that Israel's war with Hamas constitutes a genocide against Palestinians.
The accusation to Israel is that they are accused of genocide, but we think it's just the other way around. I think Hamas and ISIS, they're standing for genocide.
Like Hamas and ISIS? Like those are two different groups. The inclusion of ISIS in any of these talking points is purely created, I guess, for the West, for the United States to be like, yeah, you guys, ISIS is bad, right? You all don't fuck with ISIS, right? Well, Hamas is ISIS, also Nazis.
Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free.
Hi, we're here today to support South Africa in the lawsuit for genocide against Israel. Everyone deserves to live safely, including Palestinians.
The two-day hearing continues in the ICJ. South Africa, which has long supported Palestinians, hopes to compel Israel to halt its military campaign.
Hey, you and me, we're just two human beings. Let's go sit at a cafe, have a cup of coffee, and talk about this. And see what you and me can agree on. Because I think you and me can
Incoming Kylie Jenner with the Pepsi.
agree on one thing. You and me can agree on, right? Okay. I wanna ask, can you and me agree that any human suffering is bad?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. I think that's where we should leave it. Let's exchange numbers. No, seriously. Let's exchange numbers and go talk.
Put your flag down.
Why? This one, the Dutch one?
Okay, then come with me on this side.
No.
When you're against murder, when you're against killing people.
If I take this off, then I'm against my own religion.
The fuck is
I
this?
leave this on and I go
the
there.
Palestinian people.
They will yell at me.
Palestinian people. No, that's a lie. That's a lie. The Palestinian people have no problem.
What is this conversation?
I have in Germany.
Let's go try it.
In Germany,
I love that.
Let's go try in Germany, a lot of youth. Yeah, come together.
I'm so confused. And they lived happily ever after. I don't know what that was. Okay. I hope they figured it out. I hope they had a good convo. Yeah, like, I don't really know what to do with that, but I hope they had a nice conversation. Okay. I hear wedding bells. Okay. All right. Let's turn over to democracy right fucking now. South Africa lays out genocide case versus Israel at World Court in The Hague. Let's go.
Has accused Israel of acts of genocide against Palestinians in opening remarks today at a historic hearing at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. At the hearing, South Africa demanded an emergency suspension of Israel's aerial and ground assault on Gaza, which it said was intended at bringing about, quote, the destruction of the population of the territory. In a detailed 84-page document launching the case late last year, South Africa alleged that Israel has demonstrated that intent. The International Court of Justice is hearing South Africa's arguments today and will hear Israel's response to the allegations on Friday. South Africa's Justice Minister, Ronald Lamola,
I believe that's happening right now.
Addressed the court at the opening of the hearing.
But we tuned in last night, last night. To it live, it's just like that's kind of not the way to take in the information on stream. It's really, really slow.
Madam President and distinguished members of the court, it is an honor for me.
Yeah, we peeped at it for a little bit, but then we moved on to C-SPAN in the morning.
Stand in front of you on behalf of the Republic of South Africa on this exceptional case. In extending our hands across the miles to the people of Palestine, we do so in full knowledge that we are part of a humanity that is at one. These were the words of our founding president, Nelson Mandela. This is the spirit in which South Africa acceded to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crime of Genocide in 1998. This is the spirit in which we approach this court as a contracting party to the Convention. This is a commitment we owe to the people of Palestine and Israelis alike. As previously mentioned, the violence and the destruction in Palestine and Israel did not begin on the 7th of October 2023. The Palestinians have experienced systematic oppression and violence for the last 76 years.
True.
That was South Africa's Justice Minister Ronald Lamola addressing the court at the opening of the hearing. South African lawyer Adila Hassan was next. She began by citing Israel's bombing campaign in Gaza in her opening argument.
Which I feel is going to be like the defense. The defense is going to be all focused on October 7th. Right. And that's it. Like it's going to be a self-defense argument. It's going to be purely the self-defense argument.
For the past 96 days, Israel has subjected Gaza to what has been described as one of the heaviest conventional bombing campaigns in the history of modern warfare. Palestinians in Gaza are being killed by Israeli weaponry and bombs from air, land, and sea. They are also at immediate risk of death by starvation, dehydration, and disease as a result of the ongoing siege by Israel, the destruction of Palestinian towns, the insufficient aid being allowed through to the Palestinian population.
I mean, you're gonna look at this, and the Israeli defense is going to tell you that it's Hamas's fault for embedding themselves in the civilian population. Look at this map. You know what I mean? I feel like Celtic. I know you're in here, right? This map is the most like this simple illustration. Really fucking spells it out. At least for me as an Angelino, you know, as somebody from Los Angeles, this really tells you everything. Well, how dare they embed themselves in the civilian population in one of the most densely populated urban places on the fucking planet. Over 2 million people, mostly kids, shoved into a fucking place this fucking small. And then told to play hopscotch, genocide hopscotch with these fucking, you know, the districts that they chopped up the whole of the Gaza Strip into. So today, number 39, get the fuck out of there. Get to 37 or else you'll get blown to bits, etc., etc. Whatever.
And the impossibility of distributing this limited aid while bombs fall. This conduct renders essentials to life unobtainable.
South African lawyer Adila Hassim continued by laying out what South Africa says was a series of genocidal acts, including mass killing, displacement, denial of humanitarian aid, and more. She began on the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza.
The first genocidal act committed by Israel is the mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza, in violation of Article 2A of the Genocide Convention. As the UN Secretary General explained 5 weeks ago, the level of Israel's killing is so extensive that nowhere is safe in Gaza. As I stand before you today, 23,210 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli forces.
Who is this? What is this guy? He's reacting. A Hamas counter. Okay. You got the Hamas counter. No audio or what? What's going on? Oh my god, it's muted. Okay, still no audio. Whatever.
During the sustained attacks
the Hamas
over
counter.
the last 3 months. At least 70% of whom are believed to be women and
Don't
children.
make fun of me, Body Bag Bob.
Some 7,000 Palestinians are still missing, presumed dead under the rubble. Palestinians in Gaza are subjected to relentless bombing wherever they go. They are killed in their homes, in places where they seek shelter, in hospitals, in schools, in mosques, in churches, and as they try to find food and water for their families. They have been killed if they failed to evacuate. In the places to which they have fled, and even while they attempted to flee along Israeli-declared safe routes. The level of killing is so extensive that those whose bodies are found are buried in mass graves, often unidentified. In the first 3 weeks alone, following 7 October, Israel deployed 6,000 bombs per week. At least 200 times it has deployed 2,000-pound bombs
Bunker
in
busters.
southern areas of Palestine designated as safe. These bombs have also decimated the north, including refugee camps.
Worth noting this right here. Oh, what the heck? There it is. Oh, that's why. They got me. They got me. Hold up. Hackerman's. I'm in. We just don't get the fucking the graph. But this is from the New York Times. Gaza civilians under Israeli barrage are being killed at historic pace. Even a conservative assessment of the reported Gaza casualty figures shows that the rate of death during Israel's assault has few precedents in this century. Experts say. This was from November 25th, 2023. Civilians are dying at a pace that has been unseen in the past century. In all of the global conflict, the conflicts across the world, in the past century, this is the most civilian deaths that we've seen. That's what she's talking about right now. Unprecedented in the last century.
2,000-pound bombs are some of the biggest and most destructive bombs available. They are dropped by lethal fighter jets that are used to strike targets on the ground by one of the world's most resourced armies.
Where did they get those bombs? Lethal fighter jets, yeah.
South African lawyer Adila Hassan concluded her remarks by outlining the need for an emergency suspension of Israel's assault on Gaza.
All of these acts, individually and collectively, form a calculated pattern of conduct by Israel, indicating a genocidal intent. This intent is evident from Israel's conduct in specially targeting Palestinians living in Gaza, using weaponry that causes large-scale homicidal destruction, as well as targeted sniping of civilians.
And we didn't really watch the full thing on stream, but we went over a video yesterday of a recent example in the past couple days of exactly that. A group of men standing in the West Bank. This isn't even in Gaza, in the West Bank, standing around, just chilling, gets shot at. Instantly, one guy in the group dies, falls over. His friend goes to try to grab him, help him up, or drag him away to safety, and gets shot in the leg. Another person that comes from the other direction to help gets shot in the head and dies instantly. When the guy who got shot in the leg, his left leg, gets up to try to hobble away, he gets shot in the other fucking leg. And that's just an example that has happened in the past couple days.
Designating safe zones for Palestinians to seek refuge and then bombing these. Depriving Palestinians in Gaza of basic needs: food, water, healthcare, fuel, sanitation, and communications. Destroying social infrastructure, homes, schools, mosques, churches, hospitals, and killing, seriously injuring, and leaving
full of stand.
Large numbers of children orphaned. Genocides are never declared in advance. But this court has the benefit of the past 13 weeks of evidence that shows incontrovertibly a pattern of conduct.
Bro, it's like of the public record. You can just hop on TikTok and see all of the IDF content creators just posting genocide posting on Maine. That fucking video that we watched recently of the fucking guy sitting there, hey, I am in the IDF, we need to sit down and have a conversation with Hamas, and just, we need a ceasefire so that we can blah, 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 blah. And then the other guy walks up and then pulls the little string, and then the fucking city blows up behind him. Dog, just go to fucking TikTok. Just let the IDF tell you themselves. Just let them say it.
And related intention that justifies a plausible claim of genocidal acts. In the Gambia-Myanmar case, this court did not hesitate to impose provisional measures in relation to allegations that Myanmar was committing genocidal acts against the Rohingya within the Rakhine State. The facts before the court today are sadly even more stark, and like the Gambia-Myanmar case, deserve and demand this court's intervention. Every day, there is mounting irreparable loss of life, property, dignity, and humanity for the Palestinian people. Our news feeds show graphic images of suffering that has become unbearable to watch. Nothing will stop the suffering except an order from this court.
Just the invocation of that fact alone like everybody in this room, in that room, I'm sure, and then I know everybody in this digital room, this chat room, knows that this is insane, like just overwhelmingly true. That hopping on Twitter and going for a nice scroll, hopping on TikTok and going for a nice scroll, hopping on Instagram. Instagram is fucking horrible. It pushes it to the top of my feed. Every time I hop on there, I'm like, God damn it, dude. Following so like, it's just every day. And obviously that's what I do. This is what I do. So I fucking dive headfirst into it. But you don't have to be a fucking politics fucking degen freak like me to have it constantly put in your face. Constantly. Just like, and you should be aware of these things. It's important, right? But it's fucked. It's fucked. The collective trauma, I just sometimes think about like what this is doing to our like collective psyche. The trauma that we like all share because of just like the constant like stuffing of horrible information into our fucking faces. It's frightening, man. It's dark.
Without an indication of provisional measures, the atrocities will continue, with the Israeli Defense Force indicating that it intends pursuing this course of action for at least a year.
South African lawyer Adila Hassem. She was followed by attorney Thembeka Ngokaitobi, who outlined what South Africa said was clear evidence of genocide.
Yeah, what do you mean? We lived through a pandemic and everyone came out okay, true.
Intent by Israel.
The intentional failure of the government of Israel to condemn, prevent, and punish such genocidal incitement constitutes in itself a grave violation of the Genocide Convention. We should recall, Madam President, that in Article 1 of the Convention, Israel confirmed that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law, and it undertook to prevent and to punish it as such. This failure to prevent, condemn, and punish such speech by the government has served to normalize genocidal rhetoric and extreme danger for Palestinians within Israeli society. As MK Moshe Sada from the Likud party has said, the government's own attorneys share his views that Palestinians in Gaza must be destroyed. I quote, "You go anywhere and they tell you to destroy them. In the kibbutz, they tell you to destroy them. My friends at the state attorney's office who fought with me on political issues in debate said to me, it is clear that we need to destroy all Gazans. Destroy all Gazans." Israel is aware.
And even when not like just straight up declaring that, we're talking about like how important it is to create policy that for a voluntary immigration of Gazans to Arab countries that should take them. They call it voluntary, right? Because you have a choice. You can emigrate, you can leave your homeland, or you can stay and get fucking obliterated. So it's voluntary. It's a choice.
Of its destruction of Palestinian life and infrastructure. Despite this knowledge, it has maintained and indeed intensified its military activity in Gaza.
Overnight politics streamer? Yes. All right, we got 14 minutes and 26 seconds before the ads are upon us. Will we be able to... maybe we'll 1.25 this. South Africa holds news briefing after arguments in the ICJ. Yeah, let's do it.
Can you come down to the mic? South Africa. Flanked next to me is the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services for the Republic of South Africa. And we will also have our Director General for the Department of International Relations. And behind him is the Director General for the Department of Justice.
Thank you very much. The government of the Republic of South Africa, led by His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, entrusted me with representing its commitment to the rule of a just law and to confirm and assert a universally rule-based society and the respect for human rights, and specifically the rights of the Palestinian people to sovereignty, to peace, and to life. We want firstly to thank our excellent legal team for an able presentation at the court. We also want to thank the court for granting the government of the Republic of South Africa an opportunity to present its case in real time. We hope that this decision will also be impactful to the people of Gaza and Palestine in general. Since the advent of our democracy in 1994, South Africa's foreign policy has been based on what our forebears inscribed in the Freedom Charter in 1955, when they declared that South Africa shall be a fully independent state with respect the rights and the sovereignty of all nations. South Africa shall strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of all international disputes by negotiations and not war. Close quote. South Africa has supported various resolutions of the United Nations and other international solutions to support a just and a lasting solution that will bring peace to the Palestinians and Israelis alike. Working together with the international community and in alignment with the relevant UN resolutions and international law, South Africa seeks to ensure a lasting and a durable peace that produces a viable, contiguous Palestinian state, coexisting side by side in peace with Israel, within the 1967 international recognized borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. Our president has called for a ceasefire and humanitarian interventions on numerous occasions. Our foreign policy is aimed at improving the well-being, safety and prosperity of all citizens and the achievements of a better Africa and the world. The key pillars of our foreign policy include the promotion of human rights, peace and stability, and the strengthening of trade and investment ties with other countries. The world has watched in horror as Palestinian men, women and children were slaughtered, blown up, buried alive under the rubble of their homes, left to die painful deaths in unresourced hospitals, resulting in over 23,000 deaths through destruction to homes, schools, hospitals, water, treatment plants and other public infrastructure that impairs the conditions of life and is calculated to bring about the destruction in whole or in part of the Palestinians living in Gaza. South Africa has unequivocally condemned the attack by Hamas on the 7th of October.
Yeah, the drip is crazy.
In its note verbal to the State of Israel, conveying its condemnation of that action of Hamas on the 7th of October. And South Africa has reiterated here in court that those atrocities are no justification for any form of genocide. With the recent escalation of the aggression of Israel in Gaza, South Africa has supported a number of UN resolutions calling for immediate ceasefire and the provision of humanitarian aid to the people of Palestine. Sadly, the world has not succeeded in stopping the genocide that is currently unfolding in Gaza. The international community has largely remained passive in response to these atrocities.
Israel's never respected the 1967 borders. Well, now they Israeli ambassador to the UK is like so loud about it. How none of the Likud party support a two-state solution. Nobody does. Nobody does. And to be fair, even Palestinians don't see a two-state solution is no longer viable anymore due to the fact that the West Bank is riddled with illegal settlements. There's no way to expel all of the illegal settlers from the West Bank. So a two-state solution isn't even possible from a Palestinian standpoint. They need to be recognized under the same laws of the same government, have equal rights, be recognized under the same courts. Where am I going with this? But yeah, they haven't respected the 1967 borders. They don't want to. And it isn't even possible if everybody did want to. It isn't even possible now. Can't even speak. Yo, Topo, I noticed you didn't seem to know who John Pilger is when his obituary was mentioned earlier this week. You'd probably enjoy checking out his documentaries. Yeah. I'd be down to check it out. Maybe post it in the Discord. And Wales is a principality. And Wales is a principality. Give it to Charles, huh? Oh, y'all are talking about something else. This guy doesn't waste my time. Israel would just invade if there was a two-state solution. He was a big holding power to truth guy. Interesting.
Leading to a humanitarian crisis. We also unequivocally call the United Nations Secretary General invoked a rarely used article of the UN Charter, Article 99. The Secretary General Antonio Guterres on the 6th of December 2023 called on the Security Council to press to avert a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and unite in a call for
Sorry, Tofu, I started a debate about the virtues of violence.
Ceasefire between Israel and the Palestinian militants. This plea of Ubuntu, a
Go
plea
on.
for humanity of the international community to prevail, was simply ignored.
Classic
Israel's
leftist.
impunity was reinforced. In keeping with our obligation as a state party to the Genocide Convention, our government has approached the International Court of Justice to prevent the unfolding genocide in Gaza. We have also asked for provisional measures which include an immediate suspension of Israel's military operations in and against Gaza. The commitment to justice and bring an end to the humanitarian atrocities in Palestine resonate deeply with the collective consciousness of the global community. The scale of these actions is reminiscent of the Rwandan genocide 30 years ago. We are here on behalf of South Africa and the global community to seek justice for the victims, particularly children, women, and the elderly. We believe that without the intervention of this court, of the international community, we will see the total destruction of the Palestinian people in Gaza. Remaining silence in the efficacy of this and in and of itself will be a gross violation of international law. As a state party to the Genocide Convention, we have a duty to prevent genocide. We are seeking the court to intervene and stop the ongoing massacre in Gaza. Today, it is common cause that the Rwandan genocide could have been prevented. Former UN Secretary General Kofi Annan expressed this regret when he said, and I quote, "The international community failed Rwanda, and that must leave us always with a sense of bitter regret and abiding sorrow." Close quote. Rwanda stands out as a stern and severe rebuke to all of us for having failed, for the international community having failed to prevent it from happening. Let us not have it live with the same regret when it comes to Palestine. This case presents the court with an opportunity to act in real time to prevent genocide from continuing in Gaza by issuing an urgent injunction. South Africa is multifaceted, multicultural,
It's on
and
1.5
multiracial country
Vision.
that embraces the concept of Ubuntu as a way of defining who we are and how we relate to others. Ubuntu means I am because you are. I am becomes Hamza Abdullah is. You are because Duna Ab Mozen is. The philosophy of Ubuntu means humanity and is reflected in the idea that we affirm our humanity when we affirm the humanity of others. It has played a major role in the forging of South African national consciousness and in the process of its democratic transformation and nation building. Our history is one of repression and violence, human rights abuses, apartheid is a crime against humanity, discrimination and distrust between people born on the same soil.
I find 1.25 more understandable. Yeah, definitely. Just that we have 6.5 minutes now till the ad break, and I want to get this in before the ads hit you.
The people of Palestine, as of our founding father would have wanted us to do, Nelson Mandela.
It's just we have a lot of stuff that I want to look at.
The recent horrific scenes of the city of Gaza being transformed into mass burial ground, haunt of our minds. The alarming sight of jubilant armed forces rejoicing to the chance who are finishing off Gaza is an act among several others that warrant a thorough examination by these.
We got 2 stun locked earlier.
The ways of Israel ministries, Israel members of parliament, the generals of the army, speeches such as killing people of Palestine, human animals, shows a clear statement of intent to wipe out the Palestinian people out of Gaza. The UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination stated that such language is an incitement to genocide and underscored the importance of preventing genocide by all state parties. As a signatory to the convention, we also have a duty to bring this matter to the court's attention and to stop genocide. The actions taken by Israel against Palestinians are considered by many state parties, including the state of Palestine itself, to be in breach of the convention. Palestine has expressed grave concerns over the international system's incapability to prevent acts of genocide against its people and has urgently called for an action to halt such acts. The uncompromising enforcement of the rule of law must be used to seize the ongoing atrocities in Gaza. This case also is about the assertion and the affirmation of the international rule of law and to end exceptionalism when it comes to the state of Israel. Our distinguished legal team has expanded on our case in the court. We want to conclude with the words of Martin Luther King when he said, and I quote, "The arch of the moral of the universe is long, always bending towards justice." We believe justice will prevail in this court. Thank you very much.
Damn. Damn, you see how, like, everything has to be tailored towards the US. You know what I mean? For obvious reasons. We have to, you have to appeal to the humanity of Americans. That's right, use MLK on those libs. Because that's where all of the responsibility ultimately lies. You follow it all right back to the United States. And that's why Hamas's ISIS is a talking point, right? That's why we were talking about that earlier. That's why invoking MLK is a worthwhile thing to do. Even invoking Nelson Mandela, because American liberals love Nelson Mandela. So we're gonna skip the the press questions part of this. And next up, chat. Next up, we're gonna go to Democracy Now! Once again to hear from a Palestinian genocide scholar and South African lawyer on the ICJ case. We might actually be able to skip this one because I see it's getting fucking late. But that's what I have next on the docket. That and Israel likely to argue self-defense and focus on October 7th. That's fun. That's literally what I was saying. Al Jazeera, and then we'll look at this from PBS. Experts give two perspectives on accusations that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. I would imagine that they are two different perspectives, like opposing perspectives on it. I would imagine that's the case. And if we have time, we'll look at Jeremy Corbyn's POV on that, and we'll look at Fetterman being fucking wild on this subject as well. Fucking Fetterman being wild about this shit as well, if we have time. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all of the videos that we've already watched this evening and everything that we will be watching for the rest of the evening / morning. If you'd like to go check out any of that stuff, all of the articles as well are posted in our Discord and the politics channel. All the articles that we've read on stream are in there if you're curious. Oh fuck, speaking of which, we have an Intercept article that I wanted to read. Fuck, I put it in the I even put it in the title. Damn. All right, much to think about, but before we get into that, chat, we have to run an ad break because it has been an hour since our last ad break. All right, but don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while the streamer is away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you've got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubscribed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way, they may also be able to enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can afford to continue to do this full time. Yo, Freedom Evie, thank you so much for gifting to Belt Whoop. Thank you, Evie. Thank you so much for all the support tonight. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you are one of those unsubscribed people, definitely say hi in the chat, make yourself known, and maybe somebody will see ya and snipe ya with a gifty, like Freedom Evie just did for Belt Whoop. Thank you so much again. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. are we at? We're back. We are back. What's going on? ALs don't attack the person who clearly cares. It's out of character situation. Yeah, we can agree, we can disagree and remain cozy. That's the idea. That's the whole point of this stream, right? That's kind of the vibe. Hopefully we're able to accomplish that, and I think we're pretty good at that generally. Sometimes because of the nature of the conversations we have here, and how important they are, and obviously how much everybody cares about them, they can get pretty heated. Understandably so. But I think we're pretty darn good at overcoming it ultimately. We had some condemnation of the IRA and things got heated. What's up, Sil? Oh, should I delete my 4 max length message I have been typing out for 10 minutes? You know, if it's that long. I disagree with everyone and I'm never cozy. Word up. Yeah, I don't take offense because I know I'm right. Y'all are so silly. Okay, where were we? Oh, I really wanted to go over this article. Oh, it's so out of order. Oh, I fucked up by not going over this article earlier. Fuck me. That hurts my fucking soul. Should have done this at the beginning of our Israel-Palestine coverage. Oh, fuck me. Boom, 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 boom. Only 8 minutes. Can we fit this in? What can we X? How come this is not working? There we go. Alright, speedrun time. Speedrun time. This is, I put this in the title, so I have to go over this. I have to. What's up, Malcolm? It's your birthday? Yo, 29? Alright, chat. You know what to do. We need some Feels birthday mans in the chat, alright? You know what to do. Ready? Feels birthday man. Malcolm in the mosh pit. 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 Hell yeah. I hope it's awesome. Hope it's great. Hope it's lovely. And I'll just throw you over here. That's enough. Yo, Tofu, he drinks Rain Energy drink. Ain't that your flavor? Who's he? Oh my god. This man needs to be stopped, bro. Stop. Stop. I have so much energy. My guy is going Super Saiyan. He drank too many energy drinks and now he's fucking Oh shit, what the hell? Stop that. Stop making noise. He went fucking Super Saiyan, bro. Wait, does he have a... Oh no, I thought this was a a rain logo back here. I thought he had like a sponsorship or something. Why is this? Oh wait, also I didn't even notice how wicked that is. You see how wicked this is? Also, is that Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4? Wait, is that Tony Hawk's Underground? Wait. Look, see how wicked that is? Actually, also look, there's Mario. Wait, there's like Easter eggs. Why is there a fucking night mask? The fuck? Is that a megaphone? That's a skateboard. And a bike wheel? It's like one of those, what is it? Those I Spy books? What even is that? Oh, those are the things for your grip? I'm gonna lyric pass out, but enjoy the rest of your stream, Tofu. Yo, Iacha, thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again. Now find the dildo. Don't tell me there's actually a dildo. Bro, those are Yu-Gi-Oh cards? There was Yu-Gi-Oh cards? X. Yeah, bro. Okay, we're moving on. All right, moving on. Moving onward. All right, we're gonna speed run this shit. I put this in the title, so I have to fucking cover it. I put it in the title. I had to cover it. It's the rules. From theintercept.com. Brandon Admin deployed Air Force team to Israel to assist with targets, document suggests. So, does that mean if the case against Israel wins, let's say, there's a future in which Israel is charged with genocide in the International Court of Justice, what would this mean then? Let's check it out. From Ken Klippenstein and Matthew Petty. Targeting intelligence, the information used to conduct airstrikes and fire long-range artillery weapons, has played a central role in Israel's siege of Gaza. A document obtained through the Freedom of Information Act suggests that the U.S. Air Force sent officers specializing in this exact form of intelligence to Israel in late November. Since the start of Israel's bombardment in retaliation for Hamas's strike on October 7th, Israel had dropped more than 29,000 bombs on the tiny Gaza Strip, according to U.S. intelligence report. Open in a new tab? What is this? Open in a new tab. That was according to U.S. intelligence report last month. And for the first time, opens in a new tab in U.S. history, the Biden administration has been flying surveillance drone missions over Gaza since at least early November, ostensibly for hostage recovery. Opens in a new tab by hostage recovery by special forces. So we talked about that when that was in November. We talked about that in November. How there were American drones flying over the Gaza Strip, reportedly, specifically only being tasked with trying to find hostages. Only. That's it. Nothing more. Nothing else going on there. At the time the drones were revealed, U.S. General Pat Ryder insisted that the Special Operations Forces deployed to Israel to advise on hostage rescue were, quote, not participating in IDF target development. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise the Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts, said President Joe Brandon 3 days after the Hamas attack. But several weeks later, on November 21st, the U.S. Air Force issued deployment guidelines for officers, including intelligence engagement officers, headed to Israel. Experts say that a team of targeting officers like this would be used to provide satellite intelligence to the Israelis for the purpose of offensive targeting. Offensive, not offensive. Targeting. Offensive too. They're probably targeting people, targeting officers. Lawrence Klein, who served as an intelligence engagement officer in Iraq before retirement, told The Intercept. Targeting intelligence refers to the identification and characterization of enemy activities, including missile and artillery launches, location of leadership and command and control centers, and key facilities. What I can see is we've got a lot of global assets in terms of satellites and the like, and the Israelis have a lot in terms of more localized radar coverage. The deployment guidelines were issued by the Pentagon's Air Force Component Command for the Middle East Air Forces Central on November 21st. The document provides deployment instructions to air personnel sent to the country, including an air defense liaison team, as well as airmen assigned to the intelligence engagement officer. Intelligence engagement officers, Klein explained, coordinate intelligence between the U.S. and partner militaries. When deployed in Iraq, Klein, who now works as an instructor for the Defense Department Counterterrorism Fellowship Program, recalled that he and other IEOs comprised a small team who spent probably 3/4 of our time working with the Iraqis, the other quarter checking in with headquarters, adding that it was sort of half and half, a liaison and advising. Asking about the airmen's mission, the Defense Intelligence Agency referred questions to the Air Forces Central, which did not respond to a request for comment. Neither the Office of the Secretary of Defense nor Central Command responded to requests for comment. The intelligence engagement process provides a low-profile mechanism through which the U.S. can coordinate with the Israeli military, a valuable tool amid the political sensitivity of the conflict. A U.S. Army primer defines intelligence engagement as a, quote, powerful tool that is useful, especially when U.S. policy might restrict our interaction, as it often does not require large budgets or footprints. Experts say that may be the case here. Tyler McBrien, managing editor of Lawfare, a website specializing in national security law, said that there seems to be an Israel exception to the U.S. rules around military assistance. Past presidents have issued several executive orders banning the U.S. government from carrying out or sponsoring assassinations abroad. This ban has been interpreted to include wartime targeting of civilians, including to a recent foreign affairs article by Brian Finucane, a former legal advisor for the State Department who now works for Crisis Group. And the so-called Leahy Law, a set of budget amendments named for Senator Patrick Leahy, requires the U.S. government to vet foreign military units for, quote, gross violations of human rights when providing training or aid to those units. Several progressive members of Congress have raised concerns that the U.S. aid to Israel, both before and during the present war, violates that requirement. For air advisory missions, which I imagine involve intelligence sharing and training, specific domestic legal restrictions such as the Leahy Law and the assassination ban would likely come into play, McBrien said. But the Leahy vetting process is reversed for Israel. Rather than vetting Israeli military units beforehand, the U.S. State Department sends aid and then waits for reports of violations. According to a recent article in a new tab. No, goddammit. To a recent article by Josh Paul, who resigned from his post as a State Department political military officer over his concerns with U.S. support for Israel. As a general matter, U.S. officials who are providing support to another country during armed conflict would want to make sure they are not aiding and abetting war crimes, Finucane told The Intercept. He emphasized that the same principle applies to weapons transfers and intelligence sharing. The Israeli military intentionally strikes Palestinian civilian infrastructure known as power targets in order to create a shock, according to an investigation by the Israeli news website Plus 972 magazine. We went over that, the assassination factory, I believe they called it. Targets are generated using an artificial intelligence system known as Habzora, Hebrew for gospel. Nothing happens by accident, an Israeli military intelligence source told Plus 972 magazine. When a 3-year-old girl is killed in a home in Gaza, it's because someone in the army decided it wasn't a big deal for her to be killed, that it was a price worth paying in order to hit another target. We are not Hamas. These are not random rockets. Everything is intentional. We know exactly how much collateral damage there is in every home. The Brandon administration has gone to great lengths to conceal the nature of its support for the Israeli military. The Pentagon quietly tapped a so-called Tiger team to facilitate weapons assistance to Israel. We covered that. We covered that from The Intercept when it came out, as The Intercept has previously reported. The administration has also declined to reveal which weapon systems it's providing and at which quantities, insisting that the secrecy is necessary for security reasons. We're being careful not to quantify or get into too much detail about what they're getting for their own operational security purposes, of course. White House spokesperson John Kirby told reporters during a press briefing in October. This contrasts with its support for Ukraine, about which it has been far more transparent. The administration has provided an itemized list of its weapons assistance to Ukraine, a country facing at least as much of a threat amid the invasion of Russia. The White House has never addressed the incongruity. Past administrations also have provided detailed public information about U.S. targeting support for the Saudi and Emirati military campaigns in Yemen, which U.S. officials claim was meant to reduce civilian casualties. The secrecy may reflect the fact that the U.S. has interests that are in tension. The Brandon administration has interests that are in tension, Finnecane said. On the one hand, they want to publicly embrace Israel and support Israel, providing what seems to be unconditional support. On the other hand, they don't want to be perceived as taking the country into another war in the Middle East. Well. So that's pretty interesting to consider. That's a really interesting thing, and I think important to consider while we are talking about the ICJ stuff. Tofu stream is always based. Hell yeah. Loving the stream. Today opens in a new tab. Yeah. Fuck. So annoying. I keep thinking I want to be on the right side of history, but what do I do? I keep thinking I want to be on the right side of history, but what do I do? What do I do? I mean, as a working class citizen, you really have very little that you can do directly. Steal my opinions? What are your opinions? Oh, you mean like my opinions? To be on the right side of history. Yeah. You can't, I mean, unironically, just have, like, as something as little as like, having those conversations when they come up and maybe explaining the other side that doesn't get so much play, if that makes sense. You can participate in the BDS movement. Boycotts, divestment, and sanctions if you are in a place that allows it. And there are states in the United States, at least if you're American, where there are anti-BDS laws on the books. So there's that. You can pressure your local officials, like your state representatives, your representative in the Senate and Congress, to legislate and put forward policy that you agree with. You could run for office yourself. You could fundraise. You could just spread fucking propaganda. You could just fucking be correct, in front of people. Yeah. There's a lot of things you can do. It's understandable feeling like there is very little that you can do because, yeah, I mean, realistically, directly, there is very little that you can do. Good, Nori. That's a good. Thank you for sharing that. Boom. Ceasefire Today has some stuff that you can do as well. You can email Congress. You can sign a petition. You can find a protest near you. You can phone bake. You can share on Twitter. There's a toolkit. I don't know what that contains. You can visit your rep's office. You can donate to the Palestinian Child Relief Fund. You can donate to Doctors Without Borders, otherwise known as MSF. You can call your Congress person. It even gives you a script. If you're not in America, Canada, you can contact your MP. UK, you can contact your MP. Amnesty petition, Oxfam petition. Find a protest near you. Share on Twitter, toolkit. There's some stuff too. Oops. Animal clip, I would love to, but we are running so behind. We are running so behind. So behind. So we're going to get back into it. Israel likely to argue self-defense and focus on October 7th at ICJ. Let's talk about it.
Michael Link is Professor Emeritus at Western University.
Too fast, way too danks.
University in London, Ontario. He's joining us live from there. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. If I understand it correctly, this is the first time that Israel has been in front of the ICJ, or in fact any other court, international court, as a perpetrator rather than as a victim. How do you assess the significance of what we're seeing over the next couple of days?
Well, Israel obviously has understood that this isn't simply a legal case, but it's a political case playing out on the.
Ooh, I've seen this painting before.
The world.
This looks familiar.
It thinks, I think, that it has some case to be able to make in arguing back to South Africa. It's going to argue, I suspect tomorrow, this is an educated guess, that it will probably use footage from what happened on October 7th, and it also will argue self-defense. Those would be probably the best two arguments I can think of that Israel will wind up raising. But it recognizes the huge reputational consequences of any finding by the court and in provision.
So what if I start the Tofu Ghost industrial complex? Go for it. Please do. Yeah, Celtic was doing it. IZ was doing it. Depending, I wonder what it was that got you copyrighted though. Maybe like the videos I was watching or the music that was playing in the background. But yeah, go off.
Measures with respect to a plausible case of genocide being found against it. So this is why it has, contrary to its previous pattern, shown up to want to be able to argue this at the court. And as I said,
I feel like my playlist is pretty good at sliding by. Jungle is hard for it to catch because a lot of it is so similar and yeah, so I feel like jungle is usually pretty good. Like random old jungle music slides by pretty well.
Plenty of arguments around those two particular
Tofu hyper industrial clips complex, thick, true.
Issues that something atrocious happened on October 7th, and Israel had the right and the necessity.
Free labor. I mean, obviously, like, you know, if you wanted to do that, you could make all the money off your YouTube channel. I don't know like how realistically lucrative that would be for you right now. You know what I mean? Like I'm no Hasanabi, right? Like, but you know, if you want to, that would go for it. I also, when I have the money, I don't have the money right now. I have too many other things like on my plate at the moment to be able to afford it. But the goal is to be able to hire on somebody to do editing, at least a video a week.
Its people by going,
because I fucking can't do it. I can't do that shit.
Hamas in Gaza.
I want to kind of expand on that a little bit, just for viewers who are joining us, and maybe just
hot Sanabi. Let's go.
What's been going on in The Hague? If I understand it from what you were saying, Israel's claim will be based on its justification for the action that it took, based on the Hamas-led attack into southern Israel that happened on October the 7th, against the South African case, which is actually based on the nature and the scale of Israel's response. Is that fair?
Oh, look, you know, when you're in a weak position as a lawyer representing a client, you want to try to argue your very best facts and focus, and try to get the court to focus on those and draw them away from the arguments, the facts, and the law that the other side has done. I must say, having watched the South African presentation of the day, this really was a top drawer case example of advocacy. All of the lawyers laid out an extremely persuasive and strongly made case, and that reflects, you know, the top drawer application that South Africa made 2 weeks ago to the court. 84 pages, single-spaced, over 560 footnotes.
Single-spaced.
and the law and the need for a provisional measures. And that was all echoed today by the lawyers in very calm, measured fashion as they presented before the court as to why the atrocities, they said, that are being laid out on the television.
Yeah, you know it's serious when it's single space.
Needed to be stopped.
Do we make fun of the wigs in the courtroom yet? I think they're swaggy, dude. I love all the ridiculous fucking outfits. I think that's so fun. You know what I mean? There's all the funny colors and all the fucking wigs and all the things. It's just like, ooh, this is silly. Ooh.
An exceptionally persuasive case put to the court, and if I was Israel, then
the best part of the wigs though is how obviously like wigs they are, and that's just the drip, you know? They're just like literally they're just set on top of your head, and they're just like, yeah, this looks like shit, but it's like our tradition or whatever. Like, okay. I don't know.
What I think are my strong points, which is October 7th and the right of self-defense.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel has already come out rejecting the
yeah, Celtic.
Themselves.
We need to like up the ridiculousness in fashion. You know what I mean? Make it like we need to normalize like ridiculous fits casually. You know.
There has been a suggestion that they are baseless, I believe is the word.
Oh shit, I should find my top hat.
The US has used in relation to them. If the court, given the fact that this is not binding, if the court finds in favor of South Africa, but Israel chooses to essentially ignore that ruling, what do you think that tells us about the state of international justice? What kind of perception would people have of it at that point?
Interesting you say that, because among the very last points made by the lawyers representing South Africa today was that the very reputation of international law itself hangs in the balance with the decision to be made by the ICJ on the South African request. And they laid out, both in the written application and in some of the arguments made, the number of times that Israel has defied resolutions coming from the Security Council, from the General Assembly, and also Israel's defiance of the ruling made almost 20 years ago by the International Court of Justice with respect to the location of Israel's wall that it's building inside the occupied West Bank. So all of those were repeated reminders made by the South African lawyers with respect to the reputation of international law. And I thought that was an exceptionally incisive point that I'm sure many of the judges will be considering with respect to this. You know, the court is a legal court. The judges are well trained in the law, in international law in particular, but they're mindful of the court's reputation, and they're mindful of obviously that Israel and the United States has taken strong exception to the ICJ hearing this case. But it's also mindful of the fact that South Africa has an outsized reputation in the world, that it's bringing this as a, if you like, a disinterested party to the conflict in the Middle East, and it's making this compelling case about the centrality of international law. You're going to
dude, it's like I want to take you seriously, you know what I mean? Like, we're talking about real heavy shit right now, you know what I mean? Like, yes. What wig? What wig? I don't know what you're talking about. This is my natural hair. Shut the fuck up, dog. Respect my headwear. This is the headwear of a distinguished judicial official, yes. This is the white person weave. Oh my god. Damn. Plot twist, it actually is their natural hair. That's actually what her hair looks like.
any argument that's going to be listened to very closely by a judge on an international court. It's about the way in which international law has to be protected and has to be enhanced in this world.
Michael Ling is Professor Emeritus at Western University in London, Ontario. So we appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, now that their audio is going to be better. Okay, one sec. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, now I assume we're going to hear two different perspectives right now from PBS. Experts give two perspectives on accusations Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Let's check it out.
So how strong is South Africa's case against Israel? And what will be Israel's defense when tomorrow it presents its case? We get two views. First to Kenneth Roth, the former executive director of Human Rights Watch and now a visiting professor at Princeton University and senior fellow at Harvard University. Ken Roth, thanks very much. Welcome back to the NewsHour. How strong a case do you believe South Africa has that Israel has demonstrated the intent to destroy all or part of a racial, religious, or ethnic group, in this case, the Palestinians?
South Africa assembled an incredibly talented legal team and put together a factually detailed, legally compelling case. I think there's not much question that the level of killing, the level of deprivation is sufficient to meet that predicate part of the crime of genocide. The South African case really had two elements to it in showing genocidal intent. One is they ran through a bunch of statements by senior Israeli officials. They looked at Prime Minister Netanyahu's reference to Amalek, an Israeli enemy where the biblical injunction was to kill every man, woman, child, and animal. They used Yoav Gallant, the defense minister's statement, that he's going after that they're fighting human animals. He says, oh, I just meant Hamas. But in fact, if you listen to him, he was talking about the siege, which is of everybody in Gaza. So they ran through statements like that. They had a very moving section where they had a bunch of Israeli soldiers.
I was only talking about Hamas, but also it's the Hamas school system where they teach them, they get this required reading in the Hamas school system for the children is Mein Kampf translated in Arabic. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And dancing and saying there are no uninvolved civilians.
Terror, babies.
Basically an invitation to war crimes. So this is all genocidal intent. And then they also kind of work backwards from the acts on the ground.
They teach Hamas. Stupid. Shut the fuck up.
That because Israel is bombing so indiscriminately, because it uses
mathematics, dude, that's crazy.
Bombs in heavily populated areas, that this also shows an indifference to Palestinians.
I can't believe you would say that.
Which itself is indicative of genocidal intent.
Israel says that many of the...
Why the fuck would they read Mein Kampf? This is so dumb. Okay, it's a whole fucking thing, all right? We don't have time to really get into it. It's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole lot of Holocaust revisionism, baby. Whole lot of Holocaust revisionism. Yeah. That says that Hitler didn't actually want to genocide the Jews. Yeah. It's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing.
Statements that are cited by the South Africans are about Hamas, not about Gaza. The official war policy, of course, is to respond to Hamas and prevent it from launching another terrorist attack. But they also say that for every statement that the South Africans choose, there are many other statements by the same Israeli officials saying that they are trying to avoid civilian casualties. And again, the official policy is to attack Hamas, not all of Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, they say that's the official policy, but when you have the prime minister talking about Amalek, saying basically you kill everybody, when you have the defense minister saying they're all human animals, not talking about Hamas, this is policy. I mean, these are the top people. And if you look at the actions of the Israeli soldiers on the ground, whether it's the disproportionate harm to civilians or the siege, this devastating siege that is causing such severe deprivation to so many Palestinians, that is, spread deprivation across Gaza, it's hard to say that this isn't policy. So I think that, that's what they're saying for public relations purposes. I don't think it's going to work as an argument in court.
Israel, at the same time as what you've just described, has dropped leaflets from the sky urging Palestinians to flee what the IDF calls safer areas, uses text messages, calls to warn Gazans of strikes about to come. It's created humanitarian zones and corridors in Gaza. Does any of that suggest that Israel's intentions, again, are less black and white than you see?
This is from The Wire. from October. No innocent civilians in Gaza. Israel president says as northern Gaza struggles to flee Israeli bombs.
You just?
Yeah, I think that those are going to be the more sophisticated defenses that Israel mounts tomorrow. And we've heard, spokespeople say, oh, they should be charging Hamas with genocide. Hamas committed atrocities. But, as Israel of all places should know, conduct by one side doesn't justify genocide by the other. Nothing justifies genocide. Now, with respect to the warnings, yes, that's the right thing to do in principle, but they're giving warnings in an inhumane way. They're sending people to the south, and as South Africa noted today, they continue to drop 2,000-pound bombs in the south. They are depriving the people in that area of the most basic necessities. They're letting in just drips and drabs of humanitarian aid. The warnings, again, look almost as if they're public relations. They're not really humane efforts. The big defense, I think, is going to be this mantra of human shields, which we hear all the time. And yes, Hamas uses human shields. Yes, Hamas fights from civilian areas, but there's a duty on the attacker.
Dude, look at this article from the Jewish News Syndicate. The myth of Gaza's innocent civilians. Polls shows the vast majority of, quote, Palestinians support the October 7th massacres. So did you poll the babies? You polled the children, huh? You polled most of the population that is mostly minors? Okay. Cool, man.
Even if fighting and targeting a military target, to not fire if there will be disproportionate harm, regardless of human shields.
The text of South Africa's case does not acknowledge that under
this hostage, no innocent civilians in Gaza because a baby didn't give her candy.
The law of armed conflict, Israel has the right to self-defense, nor, as you just mentioned, does it really acknowledge how Hamas fights embedded within civilian areas. Are those weaknesses in South Africa?
Okay, look at this. From 2018. No innocent people in Gaza, says Israeli Defense Minister. April 9th, 2018. A total of 30 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli soldiers during 10 days of protests at Gaza's border with Israel. This is in 2018. Like, I don't... How else do we make... Like, this is well documented. There's no arguing against this. There's none. There's no arguing against it. You have Jewish media, Israeli media. I shouldn't say Jewish media, but Israeli media saying these exact same things. Like, it's very well documented.
This case?
Well, South Africa made a point of saying, they condemn Hamas's atrocities on October 7th, as they should, as everybody does. Israel has the right to defend itself, but the point is it has to defend itself lawfully within the Geneva Conventions, targeting Hamas, not targeting the civilian population, certainly not committing genocide. And this, deprivation of the civilian population, 85% displaced, very little food, very little water, the hospitals shut down. This seems to be designed to impose conditions of hardship that, as South Africa says, could lead to massive loss of life, to even more loss of life than the bombing directly.
And finally, if the court rules that South Africa has shown the reasonable probability of genocide and imposes what are called provisional measures, how important is that? What's going to be the impact of that?
Israeli politician says, quote, children of Gaza have brought this upon themselves. When children are explicitly framed as not innocent, all-out genocidal warfare is possible, from October 18th, 2023, from Truth Out. Fuck you. This is from Herzog, Isaac Herzog, president, Israel's president. We are working, operating militarily in terms according to rules of international law, period, unequivocally. It is an entire nation out there that is responsible. It's not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. It's absolutely not true. They could have risen up. They could have fought against that evil regime which took over Gaza in a coup d'etat. Oh, fuck off. The entire nation is possible, or is responsible.
I think that would be extraordinarily important because, even though the court has no direct means of enforcement, it has to look to the Security Council, and the U.S. could use its veto to stop any coercive measures against Israel. Nonetheless, for Israel, a state that was founded because of genocide, because of the Holocaust, to be found to probably be committing genocide would be a huge stigma and would put real pressure on Netanyahu finally to stop the killing. It would put pressure on Biden to stop funding and arming this effort. It would, I think, make an enormous contribution to saving Palestinian civilian lives.
Kenneth Roth, longtime head of Human Rights Watch, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let's hear the other side, huh?
And now we get a different view from Yuval Shani, the chair of international law at Hebrew University in Jerusalem. He's written extensively about international courts and tribunals and was a member of the UN Human Rights Committee. Yuval Shani, thank you very much. Welcome to the NewsHour. Do you think that South Africa has shown Israel's intent to destroy, in whole or in part, Palestinians?
No, I think South Africa did work quite effectively on introducing some circumstantial evidence for its claim. It did point to a lot of harm, a lot of suffering, a lot of damage inflicted on Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. And it also it allocated significant time also to flesh out a lot of statements that were given by Israeli officials. There are still many, many holes in the narrative that they are presenting before the court.
So let's talk about some of those statements. Ken Roth and the South Africans cited the same one. When Prime Minister Netanyahu cites a biblical story in which the enemies of Jews are destroyed and vows Israel should achieve the same aim in Gaza, does that not show intent to destroy at least part of Palestinians in Gaza?
I think these are very ambiguous statements. I mean, I wouldn't defend these statements. I think I wish they wouldn't have been uttered. I think they were playing to a political base. But in the Israeli context, calling an enemy like Iran or like the Nazis or like Hamas, Amalek, is something that is done all the time. And this is in the Israeli context, this is what you refer to your mortal enemies. And you use a biblical reference in order to beef it up and make it sound a little bit.
So it's just for fun. It's just for fun, skis. It's just like a little LARPing. It's just like a little LARPing. As if we aren't literally talking about like the Holy Land, right? Like we're talking about the holiest land. It's the holiest land to Muslims, to Christians, to Jewish people. That this land is the Holy Land. In referencing holy scripture, it doesn't make it like, oh, they're just like, they're just being dramatic. You know what I mean? They're just being dramatic and whatever. Like, no, this is literally a holy fucking, this is like, there are like religious reasons underlying this whole situation. The whole thing. It's all based on, their right to the land according to God.
Or flashy to your home base. Actually, in the first statement that Netanyahu issued, which is cited in the South African application, he also emphasized that the IDF, unlike Hamas, is observing the laws of war and that it is not harming civilians. So I think it's quite a stretch to build the entire case and to basically allege that there is a genocidal plan, an actual plan of action on the basis of an imprudent statement that was made by a politician. In the end, the Israeli military is an organized military, and it operates on the basis of cabinet decisions and specific directives. It doesn't listen to what a politician say and then goes and changes its plans of action. This is not how things work.
Staying on
every specific. Every specific attack has then to be cleared by lawyers who work for the IDF. This is simply...
Well, then the lawyers are in... Those lawyers are complicit. Could you give me those lawyers' names then? We consulted fucking international fucking lawyers that are experts in international law, human rights law, and they said, no, you're good. Go for it. Stamp of approval, baby.
The insinuation...
The lawyer in question, the fucking AI system called the gospel. Oh, but that's also, don't worry about the fact that it's called the gospel. It's okay. The AI targeting system.
That the statement by a minister would then lead the chief of staff to change the operational plan simply has limited bearing to reality.
Staying on statements for a minute, the convention also requires Israel to prevent and not incite genocide. Has Israel punished some of perhaps the lower level officials when they suggest the goals of the operation are to destroy not just Hamas, but all of Gaza?
Well, here I think the South Africans do have a point. I think so far Israel has not been diligent in taking steps against public figures who have made some outrageous statements that seem to violate international law. I would know that the Attorney General this week has issued a statement that she will actually consider prosecuting individuals who have incited to harm uninvolved civilians. But one could say that this is a little bit late in the game. So by and large, I would say that Israel has not handled this aspect of the war quite well. And there has been too many wild statements out there which have not been adequately responded to. But there is a huge distance between not dealing sufficiently tough, not cracking down on hate speech and on incitement, and actually attributing those statements to the actual conduct of the IDF on the field, which, like you said before, the IDF operation is a war, which is a very difficult and very tough urban warfare with an enemy that is completely embedded within and below the civilian population, and actually,
it's like that should be inadmissible. Or you shouldn't be able to use that in court. You shouldn't be able to talk about that. That should be immediately thrown back in the face of whoever fucking spews that nonsense. When motherfuckers tell you that it's Hamas's fault because they're embedded in the civilian population, fuck my God. You remind them how fucking small Gaza is. Yeah. Motherfucker, yeah, yes. Yeah, of course they are embedded in the fucking civilian population, motherfucker, because there are millions of people shoved into this little fucking, like, blue area. Most of them children. Shoved into this fucking area, man. Fuck. You can't say that. They're embedding themselves in the fucking into the civilian population, so they should be, it's their fault when a civilian dies. No, motherfucker, you don't get to do that. Use your elite commandos and do targeted strikes. It's gonna be hard, yeah, because of the nature of, the layout of the Gaza Strip. Absolutely. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Hamas is probably gonna really fucking take it to you. It's gonna be bloody as fuck. Yeah, absolutely. But listen, sorry, you don't get to kill innocent civilians because it's going to be difficult. You don't get to do that. That's not how this works. This is way beyond self-defense. This is way beyond self-defense. You can't use that. You cannot use that argument.
Trying to, this is something, by the way, the South African team completely left out from its narrative. So according to the presentations we have heard today, there was a tragedy, a massacre in October 7, and then nothing. Then Hamas disappears from the story. It's only the Israelis who are dropping bombs. The story is much more complex, and the statements our background noise, which is indeed annoying, and it is indeed at some level even dangerous, but it is not really the driving force of the story.
And finally, as I asked Ken Rock at the end, what do you believe the impact would be? How important would it be if the court does impose what are known as provisional measures on Israel, whether that's about aid or about the conduct of the war itself?
I think the cases presented by South Africa doesn't have a lot of chance to actually prevail on the merits, but they may cross the threshold of plausibility, which is sufficient for the court to issue provisional measures. And this is, of course, something that the government of Israel is concerned about and should be concerned about. And we will have to see what sort of provisional measures the court can issue. In a previous genocide allegation case involving...
Maybe something like, oh, you're not doing a genocide? Well, here's what we'll do then. Stop the fucking, just ceasefire. Now, ceasefire. Prove to us you aren't doing a genocide by ceasefire, by conducting a ceasefire, a cessation of conflict. Do it then. Do it then.
Myanmar.
Do it then, and be forced to submit to the return to the 1967 borders. Like, I don't know. That's what everybody fucking pretends they want. The two-state solution. Obviously, we know the Likud party doesn't want a fucking two-state solution. They've made that fucking clear. But if that's what the UN wants, then fucking, I don't know, that could be a fucking deal that they could reach. We won't charge you with genocide. Just return to the 1967 fucking borders and stop fucking killing civilians. They can Likud these nuts. True. Have you considered this?
Court issued relatively generic remedy.
Yeah, no, I agree, Kate, that a two-state solution is no longer viable because of the fact that the West Bank is littered with illegal settlements. Absolutely. Absolutely, that is the case. But this is, I'm talking about from the United States, the United Nations perspective, and I guess the United States too. The public, the policy. The public facing policy is everybody supports a two-state solution, right? So like if that's going to happen, you know, I don't know.
Calling on the states not to commit a genocide and to preserve evidence regarding genocide. However, in the Russia-Ukraine case, the court ordered Russia to stop the war, something which of course has not happened as of yet. So we have to see what sort of remedies, what sort of measures would be indicated.
Yuval Shani, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Hey. What does it say? The International Court of Justice, the United Nations' highest legal body, was established in 1945 to settle disputes between nations. Cool. Great. How are we doing on time for the ad break? We have 5 minutes and 42 seconds until the ad break. Perfect. We can see what Jeremy Corbyn had to say about it. Let's do it.
Azam bin Javid joins us now from a Palestinian solidarity rally in front of the ICJ. Azam, and of course many distinguished speakers speaking both in court. Also, we had the South African Minister of Justice speaking outside of court, Ronald Lamola, after it was all over. It's been, as Step said, a historic day.
Well, that's exactly what hundreds of people who've been gathering here in The Hague have been telling us, that this is a historic day. People have been coming here from all walks of life, from all parts of Europe, to show solidarity with not just what's been presented by South Africa.
Good morning, Cleo's the king.
Against everyone
I got you, Dix.
of standing with Israel in what they see as genocide happening in Gaza. To discuss it further with us is Jeremy Corbyn, a prominent politician and a former leader of the Labour Party. Thank you very much for taking the time, Jeremy.
What's up, Oni Spumoni? Welcome in.
What was your impression of what we saw today in the court?
I mean, it was there for the whole of the presentation this morning. It took over 3 hours. It was brilliantly prepared and brilliantly put forward, analytical, non-sensational and minimalist in terms of images that were shown. There were 1 or 2 photographs shown on a big screen, but no great length of it, because they said this is a serious case. We want to outline A, what's happening in Gaza, but B, where it is in breach of the Convention on Genocide, and pointing out that the statements made by Netanyahu and others are of collective punishment of the people of Gaza, in which he said after October the 7th that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza, for example. And so I think the case they've made is very strong. At the end of it, the last representative from South Africa made the request for an interim order to be sent out by the court, which would be demanding an end to the fighting. Now, that's not going to be made tomorrow, that's for sure, because obviously they've got to hear Israel's response and then deliberate on it. But I hope it is very soon, because if international law is to mean anything, and a government like the government of South Africa makes that request, then there's got to be a response.
But at the International Court of Justice, yes, while this is happening, Israel does enjoy the support of, by and large, major chunks of the international community, the United States, the UK government, for instance, where there seems to be nothing that has moved the needle, whether it's the killing of people, whether it's the court cases. So do you think anything is going to change if there is a decision in favor of the South African?
Yeah, right, Vision. It's
everything
like
is incremental.
Right at 4 a.m. my time. Right at 4 a.m. my time, everybody else is like waking up, and then they're just like turning on their fucking computers and their phones.
Palestinian flag
popping in.
Stop the killing.
Good morning, everyone.
Palestinian people. Every time somebody
the non-degens, the normal people with normal sleep schedules.
anyone else speaks up in a parliament, that's an incremental difference. And the arguments about the arms trade, the supply of weapons to Israel, and the fact that President Biden sought to bypass Congress because he was afraid of the reaction there in order to send more weapons to Israel indicates a weakness in his position. And so this weekend we've got demonstrations all over the world. There's a voice of ordinary people who are just appalled what's going on. And also I want to say
so sleepy, but I've been lurking. What's up, Adrian?
In Israel that signed in support of the South African application to the International Court of Justice, and those in Israel that have been demonstrating against the occupation of the West Bank and of Gaza because they want
45 minutes of sleep. Fuck.
It's not going to happen tomorrow. That
sorry, Sky.
But if we just walk by on the other side and ignore what's happening to the Palestinian people, then we become complicit.
I think it's just as degen to be up this early. I'm working over here. I mean, true.
In 24 hours, Israel is going to present its case, and it is going to say that what is happening, it is expected, is happening.
Tofu, were you there when that guest on C-SPAN said normie voters? Doesn't ring any bells. Why?
Reaction to what Hamas did on October the 7th. It amounts to the worst crime that has happened against the Jewish people since the Holocaust is what Israel's stance has been. So do you not somewhat agree with what Israel is saying and what its actions on the ground are?
That was the long-winded way of saying, do you condemn Hamas? Jeremy Corbyn?
Well, the South African case started off by saying how much they were appalled and regret what happened on October the 7th. We all do, absolutely. But nobody can call the killing of all these thousands of people and destruction of 70% of all the housing in Gaza a proportionate response. It is not. It is an attack on the entire Palestinian population. And when Israeli ministers announce that they want the population of Gaza to be reduced from 2 million to 200,000, where are those people going to go? Are they going to create a new Gaza in the Sinai? Because that is the direction in which we're going. Is the world going to do nothing about it but continue to supply arms to Israel, or say, look, this has got to stop. The Palestinian people have got to be able to live in peace.
Jeremy Corbyn, thank you very much for speaking to us. There you have it. That has been, by and large, the sentiment here, as hundreds of people have been gathering outside the international...
I love how Jeremy's just like off to the side now, just like awkwardly, like...
Court of Justice, that Israel has to stop what it is carrying out in Gaza. There are people from all over the world who've been gathering here and saying that they agree with what South Africa is telling the world and the International Court of Justice, and Palestinians who are living...
I frued up. Chat. I frued up.
Here in the Netherlands have been telling us that just this fact that Israel has to defend itself in front of an international court for what they call genocide is a win in itself.
Hassan bin Javed there for us at The Hague. Thank you.
What I'm doing.
Fuck. Way too dank. Way too dank. Holy fucking dank. All right. We're going to skip this one. Let's end our coverage, Israel-Palestine coverage for the day on Fetterman's take. But don't worry, it won't be so bad because we'll at least get to hang out with Sam and Emma, you know what I mean? It'll be a light way to end. A nice, like, ease out of politics, right? Politics content for this stream.
John Fetterman.
Oh, Emma, I love you, but you're in my brain. Get out.
Man, just continue.
Oh, no Sam today.
This, yeah, big fat baby. He's just stomping around, promoting Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza, the campaign of mass killing, at least 30,000 presumed dead, 23,000 known to be dead, but there's all those folks under the rubble that are unaccounted for. 4% of Gaza's population, according to Euromed Monitor, is either dead, missing, or maimed. That's 90,000 people.
Yeah, Euromed. I appreciate Euromed Human Rights Monitor's numbers because in their death toll, they include all of those that haven't been recovered from rubble yet, and people that have been missing, that are basically just kind of presumed dead. You know, that's the much more accurate number. Essentially, their number is what you can expect the widely accepted amongst the media, whatever. You can expect like the mainstream media's number, essentially, I guess, to catch up with that slowly over time.
And yet that has not deterred John Fetterman here, who decides...
Yeah, people who have been presumed dead, but the identity unknown, exactly.
To say, this is at a luncheon on Capitol Hill organized by the Orthodox Union. He said this yesterday, ahead of today's genocide hearings in the ICJ, criticizing South Africa for bringing this case against Israel.
Who are they really fighting? It's a group of cowards. They hide in tunnels. They hide behind civilians. They attack, kill, and mutilate children, women.
But that's not Israel.
Stop talking about proportion on that. They shot their best shot on October 7th.
Stop talking about proportion. Stop talking about proportion. 1,200 versus 23,000 at least? Stop talking about proportion? Fuck off, man. What do you mean stop talking about proportion? They shot their best shot on October 7th? Sure, but it didn't start on October 7th, dumbass. God, you're so dumb, brother.
More lives if they couldn't do that, but they couldn't.
Fuck off.
And now let's also talk about that. Now we're talking about genocide.
Why couldn't they do it?
And now South Africa is bringing that kind of a trial.
Yeah, who does South Africa think they are? You know what I mean? Who does South Africa think they are? Who died and made them king of ethnic cleansing understanders? You know? Who the heck made you an expert on this? What makes you think, South Africa, that you're the authority on things like ethnic cleansing? How dare you?
Maybe South Africa being able to sit this one out when they're talking about criticizing.
Yeah, South Africa. Maybe you should sit this one out, right? Who the heck do you think you are, South Africa? Like, are you serious? Bro, I mean, I have to assume it's out of pure ignorance, right? Like, you just don't know what you're saying. You don't know what, like, the significance behind South Africa putting forth the fucking charges in the ICJ. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume it's because you're fucking, you know, you just don't know what you're talking about, you know? I, an American, am much more capable to judge an apartheid state. Right? Yeah, dude, yeah. I would know, okay? Like, fuck you.
Okay, so he has
He said sit, bro.
We gotta sit this one out when they're talking about criticizing
Sit down, South Africa. Yeah, down in front. Listen. Who do you think you are? So fucking amazing. That's the best shit ever. That's the best shit ever. Yeah. Who died and made you fucking king of apartheid ethnic cleansing understanders? Like, fuck off, man.
Okay, so he has no historical understanding at all, or is being purposefully obtuse? I don't know.
Exactly. That's not like I have me being charitable is saying it would be saying like what I said, that I'm assuming he is just dumb, but that he just doesn't know. Not that he's dumb, well, that too, but that he just doesn't know. He just doesn't know what the fuck he's saying. He doesn't understand the significance behind South Africa specifically. He just doesn't understand. I want to believe that he's not being purposefully obtuse in that way, because that would just make him a huge piece of shit, right? But hey, you know, crazier things have happened. I don't know. How can he not be aware? I mean, I don't know. He's just a small town guy from fucking Pennsylvania, man. I don't know. He's a union guy. That's why we liked him before, right? He's just a simple fucking union guy. He's just the average Joe. He dresses like the average Joe. He loves unions. That's why we fuck with him. I don't know, man.
Understand? I just read this for his own.
He wasn't Dr. Oz. It's like it was the obvious answer between Dr. Oz and the guy who's a you know, a labor guy. He's into unions. It's like, okay, yeah, the dude who fucks with unions or fucking Dr. Oz. Easy choice, like easy choice. And honestly, I still stand by that choice in that regard, obviously. What the fuck? How would Dr. Oz, what would Dr. Oz's fucking opinions on this be? I don't know, man. It still sucks. Crudité. Yeah. But he still, you know, he needs, regardless of that, you know, he needs to fucking be held accountable. Especially, you know, all of the people who went so hard for him, who spread, you know, who went so hard on the Fetterman train. All of us, me. We deserve to be able to fucking criticize him and tell him he's fucking being dumb.
Edification here. Israel and apartheid-era South Africa, this is from The Guardian, developed a close military alliance.
Oz reveals views on Israel in PA Republican primary. The TV host. The TV host, who would be the first Muslim senator, says his support for Israel is rooted in his faith. Oh. Amid Dr. Mehmet. Hey, Mehmet. Oh my God. I will, whenever I hear his first name, or I read his first name or whatever, I remember fucking Snooki doing the if somebody's got the Snooki vid, go ahead and send that my way right now. Amid Dr. Mehmet Oz's abrupt transition from talk show host to Pennsylvania Senate candidate, his GOP primary opponents have tried to paint him as out of his depth and insufficiently loyal to the party. Recently resurfaced clips from the Dr. Oz show, in which the former cardiothoracic, is that how you pronounce that? Surgeon expressed support for the Affordable Care Act and hosted a blah, 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 blah. Oh, prominent transgender? Oz has generally avoided taking positions on geopolitical and foreign policy issues on his TV show, but on Israel, it appears the candidate is taking a strongly pro-Israel stance that places him in line with other congressional Republicans, according to a policy memo obtained by Jewish Insider. Israel is a vital American ally and a vibrant democracy in the world. I mean, he's just a fucking neoliberal like the rest of them. Yeah. So, I don't know. Whatever. That is the correct pronunciation? Okay, cool. Neocon. Neocons are neolibs and neolibs are neocons. That's their... Like that. With this. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, fuck yeah. Fucking go.
Hey, Matt. This is Nicole Snooki.
Again!
Hey, Matt. This is Nicole Snooki. And I'm from Jersey Shore.
I love the sauce. Snooky. You spelt it with an I and you still went snooky. You know what I mean? The sauce. Legendary, iconic moment. Oh.
Hey, Matt. This is Nicole Snooki. And I'm from Jersey Shore. I don't know if you've seen of it before. But I'm a hot mess on a reality show, basically, and I enjoy life. But I heard that you moved from New Jersey to Pennsylvania for a job. And personally, I don't know why anyone would want to leave Jersey, because it's like the best place ever, and we're all hot messes. But I want to say best of luck to you. I know you're away from home and you're in a new place, but Jersey will not forget you. I just want to let you know I will not forget you. And don't worry, because you'll be back home in Jersey soon. This is only temporary. So good luck.
True.
You got this, and Jersey loves you.
Precog, dude, you'll be back.
Mwah.
So good. Hey, May. Again.
Hey, Matt.
Oh my God, it lives rent free in my mind, you know?
That included collaboration on nuclear weapons, even though many of the Afrikaner leaders of the time, this is in the 70s, had a deep history of anti-Semitism. John Forster, the then prime minister, was feted on a visit to Jerusalem in 1976, despite having been interned during the Second World War for Nazi sympathies and membership of a fascist militia that burned Jewish-owned properties. After the ANC came to power in 1994, it established full diplomatic relations with Palestine, while ties with Israel deteriorated over time. The point being there, John, is that the reason that South Africa isn't sitting this one out is because the people that presided over the apartheid system are not in power right now.
There are like 5 or 6 Snookies in my family, dog. I'm second generation Italian American. Hey yo.
It is the legacy of that
little Sil
apartheid system that is informing the current leadership of the South African government to take this up. So, like, the hypocrisy angle is hilariously ahistorical and also makes no sense in this context.
It's incoherent and demands
so
actually
funny.
a follow-up because, like you say, like, how do you interpret that? Is he saying, like, oh, you are a white supremacist apartheid country, how do you have a stand? Or is the interpretation this one, which End Wokeness took, which is, holy shit, did John...
Bro, how come we've seen so much End Wokeness today? Wait, why is this the second time that fucking Twitter account End Wokeness has been referenced today? What the fuck, man? It's so funny. It really makes you think, dude. Oh my God. This account is so fucked. I follow the fuck out of this account and accounts like it because it's like... It's amazing what the shit that they come up with is crazy. It's amazing. It's creative.
Fetterman just call out white genocide in South Africa.
Oh my God!
Right, and it's
no way.
I know
He's
he
not
did
that.
it.
He's not.
There's no way, right? I don't think so. But I'm saying you have to clarify that, John, because John Fetterman is a fucking
for your safety in mind.
That is Sarah Palin level discussion of this issue, and I don't care about any excuses for it. Like I don't think it's. I don't personally. I don't imagine that if you could ask him these questions pre-stroke, he'd have any more coherence about it. So I want to put that up front. Like I think he is as disgraceful as a senator on this issue as we have. I mean,
the worst for sure.
I mean, we already knew from the very beginning. We always knew that he was terrible on Israel specifically, on Israel-Palestine specifically. We didn't like go hard for fucking Fetterman because of his foreign policy takes. Like we just didn't. We went into it knowing that he's not good on foreign policy. In fact, he's abysmal, but he's really good on some key domestic things. Like weed and like healthcare and labor issues. Like that's it. That's it. And he could win in a state like Pennsylvania, especially against a fucking New Jerseyan like fucking Dr. Oz. So like, it was the right. It's still the right choice given the choice. But yeah. This isn't like this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Because we all knew from the beginning that he was bad on this. It just so happens that a fucking, a crazy thing has happened in Palestine, and it's like extremely relevant news now.
It's
and he's just obviously making it way worse with how he's been acting, like the way he like dealt with the fucking like protesters and the way the way he's talking about South Africa. He's fucking unhinged. It's unhinged.
It's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, and again, when he talks about all of the things he's accusing Hamas of, that's what Israel's doing, buddy. Like, why didn't Hamas have, when he said they would if they could? Here's the question. Why couldn't they? Why couldn't they? Why? They don't have an airport in Gaza. They don't have, why were they coming over on...
That's Hamas's fault for not building one or something.
Hang gliders. I mean, and motorcycles. Like, they don't have the capacity to do what he's accused.
Oh, and certain things that required for shit like that, like, building infrastructure also, which they say they blame on the infrastructure, they blame on Hamas. Israel blocks the flow of things like concrete and other materials that they would need for that kind of shit.
Them of the state that has that capacity is the wealthy first world nation funded by the United States government with a massive, like, self-sustaining at this point military industrial complex. A country of 9 million people is top 10 in the world in weapons.
Let's see it. John Fetterman clarifies his comments that South Africa, quote, ought to sit this one out. The North American senator who has supported sending Israel more aid says that South Africa should instead focus on the African continent. My fucking streamer brain. Holy fuck. In response to a request for clarification of those comments, Mr. Fetterman said in a statement given to The Independent, the entirety of my point was this: South Africa should instead focus on the spiraling humanitarian crises on its own continent, like Sudan, where more than 7 million people have been displaced with widespread atrocities. So it's racism then. Oh, so you've chose racism then, John Fetterman. Okay, because South Africa is a fucking country. And on the continent of Africa. Africa isn't a country. South Africa is a country on the continent of Africa, you dumb fucking idiot. God, my yelling is making my lights fall over. Hold on. You buffoon. And now my phone is on the ground too. That's how angry I am. You absolute dingus. So it's racism you've chosen then, John Fetterman. Okay. Like, are you serious, dog? Let me clarify. I'm racist. Listen, all right, some people were displeased with my comments the other day, and I would just like to address them directly. I am a piece of shit. All right, let's go. Dope. Thank you for that. Moving on, then. Thank you for the clarification, you dumb bitch. Oh my god. All right. Just to be clear, no, you heard me correctly. South Africa, sit the fuck down. Oh, dog. Should I be in the same thing? No, it's gotta hit harder like that. Boom. All right. That just send that off real quick.
Manufacturing and wartime intelligence.
Tova goes, I'm new to thinking. Let me ask, if South Africa should stay to Africa, why doesn't the United States of America stay to America? I'm confused. Stop asking questions. No more questions from you. Stop thinking. No more thinking for you.
Why is it's a
questions are now banned.
heavily militarized colonial outpost for the West, and they have the ability to commit genocide as they're doing right now. Hamas doesn't.
Exactly. Like, that's why all these discussions of calling Hamas Nazis is ludicrous. You know what the Nazis had is the Wehrmacht and an industrial base. And
to do their genocide, it's actually it's honestly it's Holocaust revisionism.
Yeah,
it really is. It's
Well, yes. Yeah, that's what it is required. Holocaust revisionism is required. That forms the basis. It forms the whole basis of fucking Zionism. Yeah.
Israel and Zionists will use the Holocaust in any way they find practical. But here's another section from this, which is, I think, even worse than that section there, which is, I mean, just moronic. What is this? But this is genocidal.
Oh, there's more? Oh. So it's racism you've chosen then, John Fetterman. Okay. Like, are you serious, dog? Let me clarify. I'm racist. Who's that person? They're funny as shit. Then. They're funny as fuck. I don't know who the fuck that was, but they're funny. Damn.
Protests all around the nation.
What is this? Tofu addresses the allegations. Not supported. Bitch, I literally just watched a clip. Suck a fucking dick. With my comments the other day, and I would just like to address them directly. I am a piece of shit. People were displeased with my comments the other day, and I would just like to address them directly. I am a piece of shit. were displeased with my comments the other day, and I would just like to address them directly. I am a piece of shit. People were displeased with my comments the other day. That's what it is required. Holocaust revisionism is required. Yes.
Fuck
yeah.
you.
That's what it is required. Holocaust revisionism is required. Yes. Yeah. That's what
Shut fuck off.
Revisionism is required.
Bro, if you look through my clips, I swear to God, you think I'm fucking insane. Fuck you. Dog, my community is gonna be my own undoing, bro. Like, that's crazy, dog. This is my chat, bro. I'm never gonna fucking make it. I'm never gonna make it as a streamer, dog. Fuck.
Blocking tunnels, they're blocking roads. Why aren't they protesting? When will we get the hostages back home? Why aren't they protesting Hamas? Why aren't they protesting systemic rape and torture of Israeli women and children?
Systemic?
Systemic?
Systemic? You want to talk about systemic torture? You want to talk about systemic sexual assault? Brother. Toby was recording this. Brother. According to the Israeli prison system's own fucking records, there's way more evidence of this kind of behavior, this kind of shit in Israeli prisons. There has been nothing brought forward. Just accusations of possible sexual assault. Possibly it's the reason why Hamas doesn't want to give up any more hostages, because then they would be able to tell their stories of all the sexual assault. Everybody that's talked about sexual assault was not sexually assaulted. This is not ruling out that it is possible. Okay, but the fact of the matter is that we still have no evidence of that at this point. Everything that happened on October 7th was fucking heinous, horrible, war crimes, blah, 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 blah. Absolutely. There's no evidence of what he's saying right here. If this is going to be used as the reason as a reason to justify the ongoing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, then you have to be able to fucking prove it. And that is just not the case. Systemic is a crazy thing to say. Systemic?
I don't ever get it. We can't really until we get every last one brought.
Yeah, still odd. Israeli government is using rape like they are using anti-Semitism, although it's anti-Zionism. Right. Welcome in. Abysmal maniac, fetter bitch. He's so ludicrous. Yeah, welcome in, y'all.
And every last one of them are in my walls in my office. I encourage you, anything if you want to stop by, you can see that. And Hamas is anathema to peace. We'll never have a stable two-state solution. We will never have any peace for Israel until they are fully eliminated.
Take it up with Netanyahu. It helps fund
right for Israel to eliminate them.
He doesn't know that though, Emma. Like he doesn't know that Africa is not a country. Like he doesn't know the history, like where Hamas came from. Like he doesn't know anything about that. He doesn't know who fucking Yasser Arafat. He doesn't know he doesn't know any of that stuff. Like he doesn't know. He doesn't fucking know.
Right doesn't come from me or anyone other than from Israel. And not so that they have the right to do that.
Like if you don't know, that's fine. Like especially if you're an American, I don't fucking blame you because of the North American education system. Like I understand. I get it, right? I'm a victim of that shit too in a lot of ways, right? There's a lot of things that I didn't know or I still don't know because of the fucking education system. Whatever.
the thing is, when you don't know something, but you get up and you start yapping on about it and making crazy fucking claims like that and taking hard stances, you know, that's like where shit gets real fucked up. Real fucked up.
Encourage them to do that. I hope they do that. Every last one. Okay?
Every last one. All right. What does that mean? What does that look like to you, John? Like, how is this quantifiable? Can we actually like verify? Are these goals that are reachable and verifiable? Like, come on, dog. What are you saying, man? What are you saying, man?
Yeah. So
I want to dwell on his recycling of the phrase "every last one" to describe two different things. The first half was every last hostage, and now it's every last member of Hamas. And Israel has a right to exterminate them, or what? Was that the word he used? Get rid of every last one of them. And their right comes from themselves, and we have to support that.
It sounds a lot like it sounds a lot like all of those articles we were just pulling up, right? About, or like of multiple different Israeli officials and then Israeli like far right outlets talking about the myth of innocent civilians, talking about how there's no such thing as an innocent Gazan, talking about how all Gazans are terrorists that are bloodthirsty and need to be eradicated. Like, how many, like, there are so many examples of them saying exactly that. And here's Fetterman, you know what I mean? Just saying shit.
Like, that is we're not talking about a serious person here.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting earlier, Matt, when you were talking on this, but it's just surprising because, a lot of our politicians are Zionists, Zionists, at least in their rhetoric, due to the nature of the way AIPAC has a stranglehold on large parts of our government and lobbying apparatus. But this is above and beyond what I think the average, not just Democratic politician, but even Republican politician is doing in pursuit of supporting this genocide. And that's what's especially galling, because some people would say you should have known he's always been sort of pro Israel, but that's unfortunately within our government just a prerequisite position that you have to espouse.
Yeah.
And if you don't espouse it,
well, how badly do you want to win your seat? You need lobby money. You need money for your campaign. That means keeping all of the big lobby groups happy. That means keeping AIPAC happy.
Usually the only people they allow to not espouse this are on the Republican side, and you don't want to align with those people on anti-Israel sentiment. So I think it just took the degree to which he is going hard for Israel, draping himself in the flag, justifying genocide, making a cloak out of the hostages, which the Israeli IDF are shooting when they try to escape.
Exactly.
Is just beyond the pale.
I mean, they're bombing them to hell right now, bombing them to
they're literally using the hostages, ironically, as metaphorical human shields. The human shields in the form of an idea. The idea of innocent Israeli hostages is important to the current the current far-right government's cause. They are worth more as an idea than they are actually alive and back in the arms of their loved ones and their family members. Which I would love, which we should all want. Right? We should all want that. And the only way to do that, for that to happen, would be through a ceasefire. Tofu, for what it's worth, there's ample evidence of Hamas using rape as a tool. This is obviously not conclusive, but part of it is that people simply don't want to hear about the horror, in my opinion. This is a podcast. The only things that have come out are testimony that they know that there has been sexual violence used. It is testimony. Prominent voices speaking out against sexual violence allegedly committed by Hamas on October 7th. Advocates say some groups have been slow to forcefully criticize the acts of Hamas for fear of appearing to side with Israel in its retaliation in Gaza. In this episode, CNN... I mean, this is a whole ass fucking podcast. You know, we're not going to be able to just check that out. It's long though, maybe not for stream. Yeah. I mean, we have the Mia Schlem, I believe, I probably butchered the name, but interview talking about how they know for sure that there is sexual violence has been used, but there is no, but like who, not on me, not on anybody that I can name specifically. Like I know that there has been I know, but that's what I'm addressing when I say that, is that there has been alleged uses of sexual violence, and I'm not opposed to the idea that there has been some form of sexual violence. But as far as the claims that it's like this systemic thing, that it's on this scale where like hostages are being taken as sex slaves and like all of this stuff is completely unsubstantiated completely, and all of it based on just like testimony. But even the testimony doesn't name specific instances or specific people. I'm not like, this is not me trying to run defense for Hamas, right? This is just like, there isn't evidence of that. There just isn't. There were terrible things that happened on October 7th. Fucked up shit. War crimes even. The difference there though, the thing about that is that the Palestinian Authority recognizes the ICC. And it is theoretically possible that the people responsible for war crimes on October 7th could be held to account, as they should be, as all people guilty of war crimes should be. Difference is, Israel doesn't recognize the ICC, right? I mean, now we're seeing this play out right now in the ICJ, and tomorrow we'll be able to cover Israel's defense. It's I don't know. It's a bunch of garbage. It's a bunch of garbage.
And then they're going to just blame it on Hamas because the Israeli government doesn't care.
Yeah, and like the most documented uses are, I guess, are like the most documented accounts of like sexual violence, sexual assault, and these things are literally documented by, like I was saying earlier, the Israeli prison system. So, unfun fact, did you know Israel's top export is diamonds from Africa? Something like 16% of the GDP is diamond trade. They use the Kimberley process to restrict blood diamonds, but those diamonds fund the conflict in Israel with Palestine. Human Rights Watch also argues that the Kimberley process doesn't actually work, so one could argue it's just a way to limit Africa from selling its own diamonds. But anyway, on October 7th, it was a jailbreak led by Hamas. There were nefarious actors that made it through too, but blaming it on Hamas and using it as a justification for this war is weak. It really doesn't even matter to me. Like it doesn't even matter to me because none of this is happening in a vacuum. It doesn't even matter to me. People that are guilty of war crimes should be held to account. Resistance, though, if we're talking about resistance generally, we have a whole other conversation to have. Like, for example, the resistance in the West Bank, completely legal under international law. Completely legal. Completely. So, like, if we're talking about justification for resistance as a general concept, we have to have a whole completely different conversation. If we are talking specifically about October 7th, we can have that specific conversation.
About the hostages. They wanted this moment, Netanyahu in particular, to solidify his position, but like that's more of his interests. The rest of the government and the majority
Hamas vacuums
coalition, they're thrilled at the idea of being able to use this moment, regardless of the lives of the hostages, to you know, kill as many Palestinians as possible. They mow the lawn every year or so, which is them just killing hundreds of Palestinians to show them who's boss. But now they feel like this is a blank check for the genocide that they've always really wanted to engage in. When he says systemic rape and torture,
just complete. I'm too fucking nice. I want to think that he's just too dumb to realize what he said. He just like said a word, you know, that is used in politics a lot. Systemic, you know. But I don't know. What's the
of Israelis?
What's up, Blair sauce? Blair sauce?
By Hamas. I don't think he knows what the word systemic means, because the systemic sexual abuse happens in Israeli jails and prisons.
Exactly. The IPS has fucking documented this. Like, dude, it's widely documented. It's so wide. It's like Israel has like meticulously documented their war crimes, dude. Meticulously. And that's what we're finding, obviously, with the fucking with the arguments made in the ICJ yesterday. They've listened. The state of Israel has fucking meticulously recorded all of this, documented everything.
The Israeli government shut down an NGO that was looking into sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners who are. Israel's one of the only country in the world that just detains children in wartime, like without or not the only country in the world. I shouldn't say that, but there's a specificity to the definition that I'm missing at this point. But they have
their children can be held in Israeli prisons. The Israeli prisons that Palestinians are held in are military courts. Are run by the military courts. They have a different set of laws through the military courts. Israeli citizens see different judges. They have a different court system where they have like rights and shit. and yeah, so there's this process, right? You don't even have to be accused of a crime. You can be held under administrative detention under these military courts, regardless of your age, regardless of if you're a minor or not, and you can be held there for, I believe it's like 3 or 6 months at a time. It's one of those numbers. It's like in increments of 3. It's either 3 months, like 90 days, or 6 months. It might be 90 days at a time, and after that segment of whether it's 3 months or 6 months, it can be renewed. It's subject to renewal by the military court where you don't have rights under, right? So they can decide, even if you are not accused of a crime, nothing, no crime, just being detained, you can have your temporary administrative detention renewed every period or whatever you would like set of months, however many months it is, 3 or 6. I believe it's 3. And that can go on literally forever. And now let's say you are guilty of a crime, like you do go to the military court and they find you guilty. That doesn't mean it's just you are guilty. You know what I mean? They find you guilty of a crime. Let's say you're given 10 years. But 5 years in, they beat your ass in prison and you die. If you have 5 more years on your fucking sentence, your dead body carries out the rest of that sentence. Your dead body is not given back to Gaza or the West Bank, to your family and your family. It is held to do the rest of your sentence. Like, this is all like this is known. Like, it's just not even comparable. These things are not even comparable.
You detain children without really any pretext. And there have been multiple allegations of abuse of sexual nature of Palestinians.
The population of imprisoned Palestinians that existed on October 6th that they could have used for hostage trades instead of bombing Gaza, which is actually like when the Fetterman is supporting Israel and how they decided to use those hostages as a means to an end, as a means to continuing to cut the grass. They're using those hostages as lawnmower gasoline to continue cutting the grass. And John Fetterman supports that. So go fuck yourself talking about hostages, Fetterman.
Yeah.
Because actually Anthony Blinken...
You don't give a fuck about those hostages if you are supporting the further relentless bombing campaign. If you are supporting the expansion of illegal settlements, if you are supporting the IDF doing whatever the fuck they want to do, including flooding tunnels with seawater.
The day after, and he deleted it when he was discussing with Turkey that actually what we need is a ceasefire and hostage negotiations. Israel did not want to free the people that they have imprisoned for the Israelis that the Gaza.
In Israel, Palestinian imprisonment continues even after death.
That Hamas took, like that's the decision they made. So there's a contradiction between supporting this rescuing hostages and eliminating Gaza or eliminating Hamas, which is
And I just to button up the point about the sex.
Palestinians are not exempt from Israeli detention after death. The decision to withhold the body of a deceased Palestinian prisoner, Nasser Abu Hamed, who died of cancer while in custody, is the most recent manifestation of the Israeli necropolitical regime. Necropolitical regime that is a group of words. Holy. That regulates the bodies of dead Palestinians. The history of withholding Palestinian bodies spans several decades. Since 1967, Israel has withheld hundreds of Palestinian corpses, which it has primarily used as bargaining chips in negotiations or potential prisoner swap deals. While the exact numbers are obfuscated by a lack of state transparency between 1991 to 2008, Israel intermittently returned over 400 dead Palestinian bodies. Today, the number of Palestinian corpses Israel continues to withhold is estimated to be over 370. More than 115 bodies are withheld in morgues. In addition to 256 corpses buried in numbered graves without identification, known as the, quote, cemeteries for enemy combatants, or the cemetery of numbers.
Sexual violence, like there has been a New York Times piece about sexual violence against Israeli women on October 7th. I think it's possible that happened.
Of course, it should all be investigated.
It should all be investigated, but Israel's
right.
blocking it.
Yeah.
Like, this is the thing, right? That's the thing. Whoever is guilty of doing heinous things like these, war crimes of all types, they should be held accountable.
And there have been flags raised about like really the lack of cohesive first person testimony in that piece.
And objectively, it is being used as a propaganda object to continue a slaughter.
The point though about that though is even if that happened, it's not systemic.
Yeah.
It's not systemic. The systemic violence is against the Palestinian people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes to the point, a lot of points that were being made by South Africa in front of the ICJ today, where like, even if you were to concede that Hamas was establishing that kind of systemic sexual violence as part.
This is from October 7th. People like mutilation on October 7th is that's what I was saying, is that horrible things happened on October 7th. We're talking about the systemic sexual violence. We're talking about systemic rape of hostages. We're talking about hostages being held as sex slaves and things like this. And that's why they're not being returned to Israel. People being mutilated on October 7th is not what I'm talking about. People guilty of war crimes should be held accountable for doing war crimes. We're talking about mass instances of sexual violence being used as the justification, a part of the justification for the murder of more than 23,000 people. Child rape? Are you fucking kidding me? Child fucking rape? Dog. Dog. If you're gonna sit here and tell me that I'm like a rape apologist or some shit, that's fucking crazy, dog. Like, that's fucking crazy, man.
Of like some sort of terror campaign, that would still not be a justification for a genocide against the Palestinian population, which Israel is currently holding under occupation. The crimes of one terrorist group don't give you the blank check to commit genocide against anybody who happens to share that the same ethnic group as that terrorist group. So I think that was a good part of their statements today, or their arguments today, rather, where it sort of disabused people of a lot of the common arguments that Israel has been making in defense of its own genocide as just not germane to that point.
Right, exactly. Okay, let's take a call really quickly, and then we'll get to that.
All right. There's that. There's that. Anyway. Boom, 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 boom. All right, chat. Oops. Let's see. All right, chat. It's been fun. Is Left Flank Vet still not unbanned? Are they still banned? Marcus is streaming from his Discord? No way. From Discord? Oh my god, legend. Honestly, fucking legend. Y'all, if you're in fucking Left Flank Vet's Discord, that's fire. That's fire. I respect the shit. I respect the fuck out of that. I don't have an invite link to his Discord. I'm not in it. I don't think I'm in it. I'm pretty sure I'm not. That's fucking tight though. If he actually is, that's fucking tight. Oh man, I wanted to raid him today. That bums me out. Fuck, I wanted to like raid him. An ounce of comfy before you go. I could use that. Could use that. A real vibe shift, you know. Hey.
I'm Prince's mom. Of course I'm gonna forget that Prince is always.
Wait, what?
Christopher! You weren't supposed to fly in. Prince!
ASMR chaos.
Your bumhole is wet and you're rubbing it on everything.
Ew. What?
Don't let.
She's in the corner.
I don't understand.
Why are you so happy? Fuck you. Play hotel room.
Burb.
No!
Burb, chill, burb.
Come out of the cupboard right fucking now. Seed, get out of the cupboard right fucking now. Get. I'm Prince's mom. Of course I'm gonna forget that Prince is always.
Cute. 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 Hey, Maymet. Okay, Maymet, it's time. Sorry, chat. I'm tired. We're gonna call it. I was really looking forward to raiding left flank vets today. Darn. But you know what, chat? If you are in his Discord, oh, there you go. Looks like we got a Morbin enjoyer in the chat that has the Discord link. So there you go. If you're go hang out in the left flank vet Discord if you want to get some C-spam in the morning. But if you want to hang out on Twitch, we're gonna send some love to our good friend Gremifer. What's up? Welcome in, Mohammed. We're gonna go send some love over to Grem, and we're gonna spam those emotes, and we're gonna have a good rest of our day, okay, chat? Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for all the good vibes, per usual. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for helping me destroy the sub goal today. Really appreciate that. We'll be back tomorrow for more news, more politics, more comfy reacts, maybe some gaming, copium. 9 p.m. PST to 4 a.m. ish PST. Come hang out with me again. Yeah. Remember to stay hydrated. Remember to take your meds. Okay. Remember to be kind to yourself. All right. Remember to be kind to others. Don't be a dick. But also don't be a pussy ass bitch. See you guys tomorrow. Much love.